that like button and subscribe. I'm sorry about that. I was having my own mini little introduction party, listening to my King Von. Lord have mercy. What a gentleman. Shout out to him. He pumps me up to come out here every morning. That's who I work out to. King Von. I listen to Democrat self-destructive music. That's what. Yeah, just I gotta be mentally ready for the internet trolls, all my opposition out there. Gotta be mentally ready for shit. So I use all of these little people like mantras. Listening, I'll be shooting guns. I got bodies from way back. I'll be head thinking YP and his own. That's why I'll be thinking about all my ops. So it's okay. Rap music is okay. It's just how you use it. I use it as energy to present the truth. First one to pump myself up. You said come to class. I'm Shout out to DJ. Yes, I had to send DJ a direct message like, "Sir, come to class, sir." I don't want to hear that. Shout out to DJ. Man out there, Cali, up early. You see, I rescheduled the show just so you guys in California who is behind, so y'all can catch up. Oh my goodness, what a awesome. I want to talk about Kanye right now. Him apologizing to the Jews and stuff like that. He don't gave up the good fight for the Democratic Communist. They digging into that bank account. Hey Kanye, the trick is you gotta let it all go. You gotta, hey Kanye, it's harder for a rich man to get in. It's harder. It's easier for press one. It's hard for a rich man, bro, to let it all go. Gotta let it all go, Neo. Press one. Press one, oh my goodness, what the fuck? No, bro, not like this, bro. No, Cam, I'm with you, bro, but nigga, I need my Balenci blockers, bro. These Balenci blockers. Oh, poor Kanye West. He don't gave in to the Jewish power stronghold, the bank account. Jews and their banking tactics. Oh, their sympathy card. Oh, what'd you say right now? You said deaf card. Oh, Jewish people and white people act like a bunch of elementary school students. That's one. Oh, you said right now. As soon as you say you called me black and nigga. Oh, come on. I was making reference to the city I went with the theater. Remember Joe Rogan and the monkeys? Press one. Remember Joe Rogan and the monkey situation? Yeah, I was playing with the monkey. I told y'all I'm the truth. They always so quick to come on, Kev. No, no, there is no come on. There is no, bro. Nobody gives us no sympathy. None, bro. All the Jews, they not even from America. They all the Jews got to say, oh, bro, he mentioned the Holocaust. I'm gonna mention the Holocaust. Hey, press one. I want you to know that. I'm gonna mention the big Holocaust, the big American Holocaust, not foreign, not from different nations playing on people's feelings, trying to sucker the money out and bank the money out and weasel the money back to old Eastern and Western European Lord of London banking system. We have no time for fiat currency right now. Press one. That's the thing about it. That's the thing about it. Kanye dumb. He dumb. All y'all out there that was defending that shit told you. He gonna give in. Press one. He gonna give in. He gonna give in. Yeah. They gonna break him. They gonna break him. Get out my bank. The banking system, all of it falling anyway. Get, get out of here. Nobody got no money any damn way. Told y'all stop believing the entertainment business is here to save you. They are here to keep you mentally ensnared in the deception. While the deception falls off the cliff, goes off into the bottomless, wherever that may be. I don't know what that means. Double up. Gotta call that in, champion. Count it all as a loss, huh, Marley? Gotta count it all as a loss. You gotta let it all go, champ. It wasn't your shoes, bro. Them not your shoes. I don't even know why y'all trying to convince these black folk. Oh, I know why. Because they don't know their history. They don't have anything that they're attached to more than the entertainment and shoes. I don't know who came out 23rd of December, right before Christmas. Press one. They know what Jordan is about to drop, and they know they better get a ticket and stand on a virtual line to press the button and get them. Press one. Now, Addidas and Pumas, all these are German. Why are the Jews with these people? Why are the Jews messing with the Germans? I'm more offended than they are. I'm more offended than they are. Where my moderators at? Let me make sure all my moderators is with me because y'all be disappearing. Y'all be disappearing when I get on this shit right here. Yep. Candace Owens helped us realize exactly what set us back on track. That's why I love this whole little conversation of Holocaust and black and who's the real Jews and who's owed the money and excuse me, who took the gold and what happened to America's gold. Press one, and whose was it? And what happened to you? Press one versus what happened to somebody we shouldn't be caring about because they're not American. I don't give a damn. See, I don't care. That doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is what happened right here on American soil. That's the one thing about good old patriotic KF. Press one. Oh, Boston Tea Party head ass nigga. Press one. This nigga, oh, he's so American. I don't give a two cents. We need to figure out what happened right here. Every time we get close to either reparation and history, it ain't come. But hey, look at us. Kanye, tell the world you hate us. I hate them. Oh, look what he said right there. I ain't got time to play these games with these media manipulators. It's a it's a great time to be alive, to even be aware mind control power that the industry holds over. It's a good time to give yourself a round of applause for making it to class today. You know why? Fine. Hit that like button. It should be 177 likes so we can get started today. Where my class at? Press one if you in my university. That's okay if you're a freelancer. Press one if you enjoy the university. It's a fucking pep rally. Championship. This Kobe time right now. See my face? You have absolutely no idea. History lesson your classes in. I was up at 3, 4, 5 in the Santa's helpers, little fucking Oompa Loompas from Willy Wonka's and the Chocolate Factory. I was studying you. Even though y'all be thinking I'd be mad, I'd be like, hey, big ass, I couldn't fucking. Why we all can't wake up at the same time? Shit, late as hell. People here to realize we figured. What do I mean? Figured it out. We already figured it out. 2030, goddamn. How much more figure it out can we go? Remember, looking for a timeline. We growing, projecting the storyline ahead of us as we roll backward. Do the people rowing see behind them? What's in front of them? Well, technically, what's behind them? No, they're too busy. Only person who can see is me. Trust me. It's me, the captain of the ship. You gotta trust me on this. Because we always make it to shore. That's why y'all trust me. We always end up finding treasure. Trust what? Bro, they just don't even think about it. I can't even ask y'all to do no damn homework. Cause y'all too busy rolling. You lost it, miss. About to crash on the highway. I'm up here talking about giving you some. Can't do. You couldn't do it in elementary, junior high school, and what make you think homework right now? Guess what? Got you. Got you. Where them likes at? Hit that like button. It's 192 people up in here. Hit that like button so we can learn some. I don't want nobody late today. I don't want nobody coming in here with tube tops and spaghetti strap. Press one and spandex. I'm on, hey Kev. I don't say no distraction. It we found out yesterday. Well, this today is insane. 1898 coup and the rise of supremacy. J.P. Morgan and the federal, what's that? The federal what? Fascists. Gamma, FF, the federal fascists. You ain't never heard of that. Press one. You ain't never heard of that. The federal fascists have made have made it up. Federal why do I call them fascists? Because here we're investigating them first 48. We've come to the decision that this federal government ain't nobody but the Nazis and the Stalins and the communists. That's what the Democrats and the Republicans is. Trying to find out when did they take over in this war with what they call Black America. Press one. Label this is Civil War, Revolutionary. We're having a ball over here. They're committed to their story, which is great. They can have the history timeline. Christopher Columbus. Press one and we got ours, which is great. It's great. It just separates the thought process. Christopher Columbus and the Indian storyliners over there. New and improved, revised version. Free thought right here, press one. They got all the certificates over there. We don't got certificates. We just got this. We ain't got no damn for you. You want a certificate? Learn about dinosaurs and how dinosaurs were extinct. Press one. I don't teach dinosaurs ever existed. if you, you think you came out the universe? There's a planet out there called Pluto, some goddamn where 2 trillion, and you think that sun 40 trillion miles away, satellites and stuff, just like they books told you. Hey, this is America. Over there. Volume too late? No, it's shorty. It never was in the Bible. Who is they? I don't understand. You can't call it in or put you on timer. You don't know the rules. You falling off a little bit. It's like you in between sixth grade and middle school, junior high, or century on your way. Not right now. You got something to say, the phone line, type in, type in class. Want to learn to do clerical work and talk to people while typing? Go become a person like, what is the bird? Go be one of them. Type and troll your life. We call in here. We make it happen, Captain. We got the best info. Coffee and Kush TV. Kev, you on the air? What up? That's all right, bro. You got to represent for the Kevins, bro. They got us fucked up out here. Come on, man. No, it don't mention. No, no, because the cold parties is you're right because nothing mentions dinosaurs but them people. This is people, dinosaurs. The same people who told you you're from Africa and other stuff. But go ahead. Yeah, but yeah, it meant. I don't know if it mentioned dragon, but it mentioned. All right, my man. There you go. Don't write. You can write a little bit, but don't go off into talking to me, typing. Oh, y'all can't hear the call? Oh my goodness. Let me set this up. Crazy because here set up. One day, Kevin just was talking about damn dragon. He mentioned. Part of my. I'll see. How does it sound now? Is it okay? How does it sound? Yep, so we can get this going. How does it sound? Oh, not choppy. It was going in. It was going in and out. Okay, okay, I hear it. I'll just turn it up. That scared me for a minute. Cool. Sound better than cool because I got some important information that I just gotta let the people come into. Come into. I'll wait. All right, long as they say I'm good. Once I get the confirmation I'm good, I'm good. Once I get the confirmation, if you can hear, then cool. I'm good. But look, one thing I want people to know is remember I told you guys to research all of the massacres in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Press one. I said this at the beginning of the year. Research research the Black Massacre. Research research Black Massacre. Research these world fairs. They're trying to talk about Aria and all this other stuff. Research it as if you're investigating murder cover up. Don't research it like a conspiracy theory. Research it with your black mind, with your Negro mind. Research it like you're investigating a murder, a mass murder. And you looking for huge bodies and graves, bloods and war tactics of guerrilla coup tactics. Way that this world ain't never seen. Looking for a sadistic liar. Now we know the theater of war is here. So World War II. Fine, it happened. Fine, over there. Go get your degree. Boy, this is America though. You can have freedom. Theater of war is like Harry S. Truman show. It's a collective of propaganda videos and get you to believe they was even at war. But for what? What is the do something? Present this as war going on all over the world. Well, every question has came up trying to tackle our simple mind. Who's Oh, it's still going in and out. Okay, so wait a minute. Oh, how about now? Bingo. You can hear me now, right? You can hear me now, right? Perfect, right? Perfect, right? Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Jeez. Jeez. Thumbs up. All right. Got to switch the mic over. Cool. All right, cool. Okay, perfect. Now, World War One, Two, theater of war. Okay, they know that in the real world of getting degrees and stuff like that. We're talking alternate. World War One, World War Two, all theater of war. A bunch of propaganda to distract you from what? Well, I'm thinking, well, I know the atrocities of the American Holocaust. To make people think in history the war was happening out there, but really in turn it was happening here. And to give the children, the POWs, children of that war, an alternate history. That they was all fighting in World War One, Two, the Spanish War, the Great War. All of this was to me theater of war and propaganda. But you know, along the university school year, we had a time to investigate this and go over this and had great conversation. Pretty much been backing this stuff up with reasonable conversation, reasonable facts. Am I wrong? No. Because researching, we found that there was a 1898 coup, an overthrow of government, a starting point for the overthrowing of government. Black governments all around what you call America. So put your mind back to the start of the school year where we was talking about the 1898 Wilmington, the overthrow of the back town, the clear statements of that they will never be ruled by black Negroes again, and all of this when you guys was thinking y'all was slaves at this time. Y'all was thinking this whole time, Tariq Nasheed, Dan Calloway, all these people got y'all as Indians turned runaway slave or some shit. When in reality, you are the real so-called American people of this continent. Do you understand that? When in fact, you're the real American people of the continent. That's why I call you all the colonial Americans or the continental Americans. Because I'm like, I know you're not black. There's no nationality black. Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898. Yes, ma'am. Anjanita Moore. So I'm about to play a video for y'all. Pull y'all notebooks out. I'm about to play a video for y'all. And I want y'all to take notes on the words used in this overthrow of Wilmington and when white supremacists overthrew the government, and it's never been the same since. Press one. Oh, it's a good day. They probably say, why are we going back to 1898? Because I want you to get used to the words from who, what, where, when, and why. Remember, we're looking for the gold. Remember, follow the yellow brick road, Dorothy. Remember, all this, we looking for the gold. So, You had position here in Americas, and your money was backed by gold. You was told to turn in your money, your gold, all that. Why? If you listen to academic America, all the international studies, they'll say, oh, it's because all Americans had to turn in that you didn't have nothing. Press 1, you didn't have nothing. I'm sorry that you didn't have nothing. What do you mean all Americans? The real Americans are the ones who gold that was, who money was backed by that. You didn't have anything. It's hard to tell if you was even here as citizens, as you say. Right? So, 1898, we're looking for the who, what, where, when, and why. Right? Right? Now, you also remember we went back to who got you in debt bondage. Press 1. Now, in all of these cases, the federal government, the banking institution, and you. Federal government, banking institution, and you. What is this threat towards you so goddamn much? Why is this attack on you? Why Margaret Sanger wanted to do this to you? Why was eugenics pushed on you? Why was internment camps pushed on you? What wars was you in the turn of the century? All these questions come up. All these questions come up. And that's why I got to walk this down with y'all, because it's a beautiful thing. We're talking trains, banking empire. We're talking the killing off of black wealth, the killing off of the real organic people of the Americas. Damn, this is some deep shit. I'm honored to even be talking about this the way that we are. I'm honored because it's like everybody don't get a chance to research and have something to say when they come on the internet, and we surprise every time. Every time it's something. So I'm gonna play this video for y'all, and you guys are going to learn something today. Now, does this guy look familiar? Does this guy look familiar to you? Remember, we're talking theater of war. We're talking we're not disguises, but well, yeah, that too. This guy look familiar to y'all? This the history Candace Owens can't talk about. Press 1. This the hearing. They don't teach this at Stanford, boo boo. Press 1. They don't teach this. Look like John Smith. Look like John Smith, don't it? Press 1. It look like John Smith, don't it? Press 1. Remember, somebody said Karl Marx, John Smith. That's why I love y'all. Fucking John, I ain't even gotta say it no more. Everybody know John. Press 1. I ain't even gotta say it no more. It was like, who this look like? Niggas looking at people in their neighborhood like, look at this shit. These niggas on if Todd thinking about it, it's on everybody's brain. Look just like his ass, huh? Look just like his ass. And that's the point of today's show. Who put you in civilitas mortis? Who did this to you? And we got to figure all this out because we in a bad situation. We got to figure all this out. We in a fucked up situation, right? Candace Owens don't marry her slave master. Brother, you better get your ass a divorce or something. You know, married the wrong one. Press 1. Now we trying to look for this gold, America's gold. We trying to see how did our gold end up in Hitler's hands? Press 1. How did our gold end up in Hitler's hand? And I'm not asking. I'm not with the Tyreek. I'm demanding to know why I got this book called Wall Street. This came in the rise of Adolf Hitler. So I'm not the only one. Press 1 who's asking the real questions. How did your shit end up in Adolf Hitler's hands? Woo, the road. How did your shit? We've been walking this down for a minute now. The rise of what? Nazism with Wall Street after the press. What? What? Press 1. Oh, I love this part. I love how we learn here. Roosevelt coming out, talking about laughing and cheesing, talking about, yeah, we saved ourselves from another depression. Press 1. Yeah. What happened to the gold is the question. How did you become dead in law is the question. Who killed you in law? Press 1. Who murdered you? Who sacrificed you in law? Press 1. These are the questions of the American, who they call American Negroes. It's a must they know who they are. You got to ask these right questions. So let's go to the video. Let's take a look at when white supremacists overthrew the government. Now, this ain't me. Well, it is, but it's not just me who's saying it. All right? Get your notebooks out. Listen up.
For a long time, if you went to the library in Wilmington, North Carolina, there was one thing you weren't allowed to research.
We were refused. We were rejected by the librarian.
When I asked about or inquired about 1898, they wanted to know why.
I was told that, yes, they had something, but they kept it under lock and key.
The story of Wilmington in 1898 still isn't widely known.
What happened here on what's now just this empty patch of grass would radically change racial politics in North Carolina.
This is the story of an American election, but also of something we don't usually find in American history: the violent overthrow of a democratically elected government.
Press 1, and they don't find it because they're not looking. See, they don't know about it. These are internationals telling this story. See, this isn't old Candace Owens. This is new. This isn't slave, boo-boo. You hear me, Dane Calloway? You're not no Indian. Right there, right there. They hate when I do that. Right chair, right chair. They hate it when I do that shit. Yeah, you're not an Indian champion. No, you wasn't on no boat from Africa then. No, sirree. Oh, no, not when this went down. You see these? This is the same clothes Candace Owens be wearing. Pilgrim. Why y'all be talking about imaginary pilgrims? I'm talking about for real pilgrim. You know, a pilgrimage is from another place. You do know English, don't you? All right, now. These the real pilgrims. The one they said is an Indian.
In the late 1800s, Wilmington, North Carolina was the state's largest city. It had a majority black population.
Majority mean most.
And historians today describe it as a rarity in the post-Civil War American South.
Wilmington, prior to November 1898, was what the New South could be at the cusp of the 20th century.
There was an unusual degree of black prosperity.
In Wilmington, there were successful black entrepreneurs, doctors, teachers, but also black elected officials. And for a time, that was true throughout the state. Take a look at the politicians on this poster of the 1889 North Carolina House of Representatives. Here at the bottom are black Republican representatives, some from Wilmington. North Carolina also sent 4 black Republicans to the U.S. Congress between 1875 and 1899. The Democratic and Republican parties of 1898 in many ways occupied opposite parts of the political spectrum than they do today.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
You hear that, Candace? So everything you say, you better just look in the mirror. Everything you say about the left in real life, the left on this, you're against the left. You remember, you are a Democrat, you're a socialist. That's why it's weird to me, because I get it. You see, I understand the switch. They don't understand the switch.
Most African Americans were voting for the Republican Party, and the Democratic Party was white voters almost exclusively. White supremacy was the central focus of the platform for the Democratic Party.
Press 1 for white people. I want all my white friends to look at their family members like this.
Not like this. Not like this.
You gotta wake up, champion. White people. Not that the left is this one or that one. Candace Owen. White people. White people, Candace. Let's keep going.
Republicans in North Carolina were successful in part because of a third party called the Populist Party.
Yes, Populist and Fusion. That's why they was all down there.
Made up of mostly white farmers fed up with the tough economic times.
Told you. What is a white farmer? The same thing as a black farmer. A worker, a slave, as you said. Press 1. How do we know this? Because Kev is the champ of the world. Press 1. I got all the white slave photos. I mean, the white working photos of them picking cotton as well. Press 1. That's the thing about this whole thing. You do your own research. You're gonna find that they didn't want to work. Bro. So if they was the workers, Democratic, a bunch of farmers, work in the field. You hear me, Tyreek? Who's the fucking landowner, fool? It's just like 1 + 1, it's 54. 1 + 1 has to be 54, right? No, it's 2. It's 2, damn it.
North Carolina populists joined up with Republicans to
formed up with black people to form what
they called the Fusion.
The Fusion.
And in the elections of 1894 and 1896, the Fusion Party defeated the Democrats in sweeping victories.
They whooped their ass. Press 1. Facts. Which when they did that, the white man said, yeah, we won. Yeah. Pow. You ever see some shit like that? We won. Pow, 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 pow. You right, we won. That type of shit. That's a coup, nigga.
Statewide. That meant North Carolina now had a government that shared power between black and white politicians.
Ooh, and not just black. Press 1. Uh-oh.
including a newly elected Republican governor. Together, they moved towards reforms that would favor Black Americans and working-class whites.
This was something
That favored Black Americans and working class whites. Do you understand what that means? Okay. Okay.
that the Democratic Party folks were simply not going to accept.
A multiracial government wasn't just a disappointment for Democrats. It was more like a humiliation. They needed a plan to take back control of the state in the next election. So party leaders like Furnifold Simmons,
Do your research. Not Russell Simmons, but Furnifold. 1898, Democratic. Oh, this one looked like Rothschild. Press one.
future U.S. Senator, Charles Aycock, future North Carolina governor, and this man, Alfred Moore Waddell, came up with one to beat the Fusion Party by luring white populists
back over there as Democrat. They lured all the winners back over there.
Voters away from their alliance with black voters.
Oh, and what happened?
Wilmington, with a large black population and a local fusion.
Look at them churches. Look at them churches. Them the churches that was bombed on. Let me be quiet.
Government in power would be a focus of their campaign. The state Democratic Party handbook for 1898 laid out their goal: consolidate the white vote by stoking white anger and resentment. It said, "This is a white man's country, and white men must control and govern it." Their most
that's what they did.
Effective tool was the media. One of North.
Their most effective tool was what? The media. And Tupac Shakur said it best. Oh, the media is full of dirty tricks.
Carolina's biggest newspapers was a Democratic Party mouthpiece.
Who draws black people like this? But they're bankers. You see, that's the banker look at, but you're dressed as a monkey. You see? You dress, who got this hate towards you? See? Now you got to understand who this is. You the banker.
It ran racist political cartoons throughout.
Look, the Negro hand feeds everybody. Look.
1898.
Look, he's a beast. Look at his hand.
Not everybody was literate in 1898, but to see a political cartoon of the type that ran, you may not be able to read it, but you know exactly what it means.
Because they couldn't read. How the Negro had his foot on their neck? Because it was black.
Cartoons were centered on the threat of Negro rule, even though the fusion government was mostly white. They also played up another fear.
Black men threatening white women became a theme. White men need to do all that they can to protect white womanhood.
This was all part of North Carolina Democratic strategy, but it echoed the national racist rhetoric of the time.
The national rhetoric of the time, within all these racist newspapers, especially in the North too, everybody was doing it.
In one speech that Democrats printed in a Wilmington paper, a prominent Georgia writer named Rebecca Felton said,
"If it takes lynching a black man a day to protect white womanhood, I say lynch."
Her speech prompted a Wilmington black man named Alex Manley, owner of the black-run Daily Record newspaper, to respond with a column. He made a simple observation that, at the time, was shocking.
That white women who had liaisons with black men did so voluntarily and enthusiastically.
Manley wrote, "Every Negro lynched is called a big, burly black brute, when in fact, many were sufficiently attractive for white girls to fall in love with them."
Manley pretty much said, in a nutshell, sometimes white women choose to be with black men.
Manley's editorial became another tool for Democrats. Newspapers reprinted it, called it a horrid slander.
Now, this is not just Democrats, white politicians. Yes, they left the Republicans. They all turned back, they back on them, just like that.
And ran comments about it on a daily basis. It was just a few months before the election, and white voters were angry.
By the time the election rolls around on November 8th, black voters, Republican voters, had been thoroughly intimidated here.
Boom.
By all accounts,
Now you see why they Democrat. They was forced to become slaves, G.
the elections of 1898.
Hold on. Let's get to it. This is good. Let's get to a caller. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Okay. Hey, so
What's your
for
name?
all these
What's your
years-
name and what you calling from?
It's Kev from PA. I'm calling back.
What's up, man?
You know, King. So for all these years in these school books and everything, they telling us about black men actually whistling or calling or catcalling white women was all lies. This is the way to defeat the black man, correct? So Emmett Till's story was a lie.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay, we know this. What about it?
I'm asking. I'm just learning from what you just put on. I was waiting for you to get a break for it. I didn't want to mess the video up. God, damn.
So make a
All right,
statement.
cool.
What's up?
So what?
Okay, well, you're done.
Were a sham. The Democratic Party had a paramilitary group called the Red Shirts. They attacked and blocked black residents from voting. At a rally just before the election, Alfred Moore Waddell provoked the crowds. He said, "Negro office holding ought at once and forever be brought to an end.
Look, told you.
Even if we have to choke the current of the Cape Fear River with carcasses."
Boom.
The votes were counted, and the Democrats won.
Democratic candidates won every seat they had a candidate up for election in.
But some local fusionist politicians remained in power because
Look, the red coats. I told you. Good way, DNS, to listen and point that out. The red coats, the red shirts. I told you about the red shirts, the red coats, the so-called Native American. Damn, bro. You listen. That's why, Kevin, go back and sit down. You cannot type again.
seats hadn't been up for re-election, like the white Republican mayor and the Board of Aldermen. And of course, the election did nothing to undo the economic power black folks held in the city. The Democrats had won the election, but their goal of total white supremacist control remained out of reach.
And so they engineered what was essentially a coup d'etat.
So they engineered a coup d'etat.
The day after the election, at a gathering for white men in Wilmington, the Democrats unveiled a document called the White Declaration of Independence. It contained
You hear this? The White Declaration of Independence.
Not like this. Not like this.
So this is the this when I told you they didn't have to do nothing to pass George Washington. The law is the law. They got a White Declaration of Independence. Only thing you know is the Declaration of Independence, right? July 4th. This is what you do. It's just you don't think it's the white. What do you think a barbecue on July 4th is about? What you think a picnic is? What you think you participate in? Oh, this is Nazi America. You better go watch The Man in the High Castle so you can get a clear view of something. This whole nation, this whole democracy is Adolf Hitler's dream world. Okay? The White Declaration of Independence
an ultimatum. Cynthia Brown, whose descendants were in Wilmington back in 1898, is a historian at her church where there's a preserved copy of the Declaration from the next day's newspaper.
Now, why is the Declaration?
We will no longer be ruled and will never again be ruled by men of African origin.
You hear that? They will never be ruled again. Press 1. That's their declaration. From who? Remember they said that their Declaration of Independence come when they was against King George. They are. You just don't know who you are. Yet.
They would strip black men of voting rights. They would give white men a large part of the employment heretofore given to black men. And as for Alex Manly, we demand that he leave this city forever within 24 hours. The next morning, hundreds of white men marched to the offices of the Daily Record. Manly was gone. He had fled to save his own life. They set the Daily Record building on fire. This is where it once stood.
Once the white leadership destroyed Alex Manly's printing press, they destroyed one way in which the African American community in Wilmington could organize itself.
Communicate with that's right. That's it. Stop their communications, postal, everything.
And keep itself informed.
At City Hall, the mayor and board of aldermen were
They cut off
out.
communications.
200 armed men in City Hall at the time. They didn't do it of their own free will. And as they resigned, a new member selected by the Democratic Party was voted into office.
What?
Now, all of the Republican blacks was escorted out, and the new ones was inserted. This is the biggest this is what happened here.
Adele, who once threatened to fill the Cape Fear River with black bodies.
Now he threatened to fill the the river with black bodies. This man here, Mr. so-called Alfred Moore Waddell,
was the new mayor of Wilmington.
See, he's the new mayor. Do he look familiar to you? We'll continue on.
Meanwhile, the mob had grown to about 2,000 men, and the violence spilled into the streets.
2,000 men. That's an army. That's a platoon. That's more than a damn platoon. That's a whole brigade. Of where they get these weapons from? The federal government gave them the weapons. How and who fucking set up the deal for 2,000 white people to overthrow the South? Let's keep asking the question. Write that down. Guns. Where did they get these guns from? And where your National Guard at? Where your boys at? Remember to write these questions down.
In these photos, X's mark where the first black residents were killed.
The stories
X marked the spot.
Were dumped into the river, and there are varying stories about how many people were killed.
I see 40 to 60 clearly as fatalities as a result of the violence, but I think it was higher.
Oh, I know it was higher, much higher. Whole towns and communities destroyed.
Residents hid for days in the swamps and the wooded cemeteries in the city.
That's what Tyreek was trying to say. Oh, they was going out and it was the Seminole Wars and they was fighting the federal government. He was a fool. They was fleeing these people who were murdering folk. See, but that goes against, but want reparations for black. 'Cause this ain't about no damn black. This is about the real people of this land. Tyreek, Nasheed.
Including Cynthia's great-grandmother. And thousands of other residents fled Wilmington, never to return. Shortly afterward,
never to return. Everybody evacuated.
Democrats printed booklets celebrating a glorious victory, and in the newspapers depicted black residents as the instigators.
See?
This image is a gross misrepresentation of what actually happened during 1980. You know, what you see is African American men with guns, not white men with machine guns.
With what? Machine guns. Machine gun. Write that down. Write that down. This is important. This is important. Write that down. Machine gun. Write this down.
The city
overthrow of the federal government. Let's go.
Never regained its
of a real American government.
Majority population. Jim Crow laws like literacy tests and poll taxes that prevented black people from voting were immediately enacted, and Wilmington's spirit of black opportunity was crushed. Black political representation in the state was over. It would be 90 years until North Carolina elected its next black Congress member.
Wow. You hear that, Candace Owens? You hear that? That's how you defeat them. The Klan. You're dealing with people who ideologically subvert and overthrow real prosperous governments. Yours too.
Wilmington did a really great job of covering up a very dark past for a very long time.
Over the years, the textbooks on North Carolina's history have struggled to accurately describe what happened in 1898. This one from 1933 says the situation was unfortunate for both races. And this one from 1978 doesn't have that much more detail. But they both praise Charles Aycock, a politician who helped perpetrate the riot. They say he had a keen mind and a kind heart, and that, in fact, he was one of the best friends that the colored people had in the state.
It's a legacy that North Carolina has yet to fully undo. The names of the perpetrators are on Wilmington's school buildings and city parks.
Do you see that? Huh, Candace Owens? You don't want to be black no more. Go ahead to your husband's crew. See? Because you don't got to live where these names, press one, are the people who overthrew the whole damn nation. You don't married into the Russian, German machine. That's what you did.
But the legacy is also bigger than those names. Turn on the news and the state's long history of political suppression.
Okay, now we gonna go from here. Did y'all write those notes down? Guns. Press one. Who got these guns? Remember to write all this stuff down. Wilmington, swamps, all the notes that you can take. All of them. Because we moving straight ahead. We're moving straight ahead. And this is about the 1898 coup. But this is going to be more of a lecture-ish style. Maybe 20, 30 minutes of this man explaining what happened. Again, not just like her. That was a more, young lady from college. She did her thing, right? This is a white man who went down there himself and actually had real experiences with those people. You hear me, Candace Owens? Have real experiences with these people after the overthrow. Now, you may be hugging on to the American flag, but these people overthrew us and our people, and not Indians. Real people all the way across America. That's crazy, huh? Because they're not going to tell you this. You got people up here that need to feed into the federal storyline for a check. I don't. See, the federal storyline is, I don't give a fuck what you believe, as long as you don't believe the truth. You can believe you was on the back of a turtle flying around the universe and call yourself a Niji Indian if you want to. Press one. You can think whatever that it is that you want to here. 5113C it, get people to sign up, and boom, you got yourself something. But that comes at a price. Your credibility is shot. Somebody come along and disrupt your whole system. Like I say, one of my favorite things to do is go get white people that validate what I just said. So this is my good buddy here.
Members were active participants in civic life was changed forever. In a recent NPR interview, David Zucchino called what happened in Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898 America's first and only armed overthrow of a legally elected government. He added that it was not a race riot, it was a coup, and it was premeditated.
You heard me? It's not a race riot, it's a coup, and it was premeditated. Write that down. It's not a race riot, it was a coup. Oh, you thought the Wilmington was a race riot? Oh, no. Oh, no. It was a coup, and it was highly funded. It was highly funded. It was pre-planned and organized.
The facts of the story need no embellishment. In the New York Times, reviewer Eddie Gould said, Zucchino's moral judgment stands at a distance. He simply describes what happened and the lies told to justify it all. In short, he calls Wilmington's Lie a brilliant new book. David Zucchino is a contributing writer for the New York Times and a former national correspondent for the Los Angeles Times. Before moving to the LA Times, he worked for 20 years at the Philadelphia Inquirer as the bureau chief in Beirut, Nairobi, and Johannesburg. He was awarded the Pulitzer Prize in reporting for South Africa and is a 4-time Pulitzer Prize finalist for coverage of Iraq, Lebanon, Africa, and inner-city Philadelphia. He's the author of the books Thunder Run and Myth of the Welfare Queen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome David Zucchino.
Thank you, David. Thanks, everyone, for coming out. I was a little worried about the turnout today, first of all, with the nice weather, people recovering from the Super Bowl, the Iowa caucuses, and impeachment, but thank you. Here we are. I like to start out talks usually by asking people in the audience how many of you had ever heard about the events in this book before you came across the book. Quite a few. That's great. Educated audience. Usually when I go around, particularly around the country, I can't find anyone who's ever heard of it. Even in North Carolina, I can't find people who've heard of it. And I have to admit, I had never heard of this until about 20 years ago. And I went to high school and college in North Carolina and never heard once from a professor or a teacher about this event, and certainly didn't read it in the history books. I was a freshman many years ago at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and I was assigned to a dorm called Morrison Dorm. I had no idea who Morrison was. Somebody said he was a governor. Years later, as I'm researching this book, I find out he's a character in the book. He was one of the leading speakers during the white supremacy campaign of 1898.
Oh, my goodness. You hear that? So y'all heroes, you guys heroes, are the overthrowers of Afro-American Negro government.
That led up to the coup and the massacre. When I went to football games on campus, I went to Kenan Stadium. Again, I didn't really know or care who Kenan was. While I'm researching this book, I find out he was William Buck Kenan. He was the commander of a gun crew that went through the city on the day of the coup, shooting down black men.
Shooting down black men. It's riding boom, 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 boom. Okay, so these people riding around, people be sitting in Chicago, maybe that, you don't know who these people are. This has been going on and happening to you since the beginning of the war against you. Let's keep going.
When I graduated from journalism school, my first job was at the News and Observer newspaper, which is in the capital city in Raleigh, and it was founded by a man named Josephus Daniels. And while I worked at the paper, there were all these tributes to Josephus in the newsroom as this great journalist, and he was a diplomat. He had been Secretary of the Navy, this just wonderful crusading journalist. No one in the 5 years I worked there ever mentioned that he was the leader of the white supremacy campaign in 1898.
Press one. Wow, look at that. Incredible. No one. Who would have thought? No way.
Led the propaganda campaign for it. In fact, today, if you go on the UNC campus, the student stores are named the Josephus Daniels Student Stores.
Oh, my goodness.
According to the student newspaper, there are almost 30 buildings on the UNC campus that are named for white supremacists, and many of these people were active in this campaign in 1898.
The overthrowing.
I bring this up just to make the point that this really isn't ancient history. I mean, it's about right now. That legacy is alive right now on the campus of the University of North Carolina, and in fact, I realized as I was researching this book that this story has been following me around for most of my adult life, and I finally got around to writing it. Now, the people who have read this book, as David mentioned, have two reactions. One is, how could I possibly not know about this? And two, how could this happen in the United States of America? And my answer in the book is that this was really a forgotten and buried chapter, not only of North Carolina history, but of American history.
Boom.
That was really covered up and mischaracterized for more than a century. And these events happened at a time when white supremacy essentially went unchallenged right up to the White House, as you'll find if you read the book.
Oh, my goodness.
I'll just give you a quick overview. David covered some of it, of exactly what happened. In 1898, in November that year, white supremacists overthrew a multiracial government in the port city of Wilmington on the North Carolina coast, which at the time was the biggest city in North Carolina. They killed at least 60 black men and wounded dozens more. They burned down the black newspaper. They evicted city leaders at gunpoint, and they appointed themselves, the mob leaders, as mayor, police chief, sheriff.
So you see why they can just accuse somebody of a sexual crime or something against white people, and mob rule will just take them out and hang them? They're guilty. Mob rule, grab them up, string them up. This is how all this was going on.
The aldermen. And they banished the black men they didn't kill, the black leaders, the lawyers and the doctors and the politicians. They put them on a banishment list along with white Republicans who had cooperated with black leadership. They marched them at gunpoint to the train station, put them on the train, and said, if you ever come back to Wilmington again, we will shoot you on sight. And not one of those people ever returned. Police chief, sheriff, and city aldermen. And they banished the black men they didn't kill, the black leaders, the lawyers and the doctors and the politicians. They put them on a banishment list along with white Republicans who had cooperated with black leadership. They marched them at gunpoint to the train station, put them on the train, and said, if you ever come back to Wilmington again, we will shoot you on sight. And not one of those people ever returned.
They put them on trains. They marched the men, put them on trains. And you can't tell the men don't ever come back here because they're not the conductors of the train. See, the military marched black men to the trains. They put on the trains. Nobody ever seen these people again. They put on the trains. Nobody see these people again. That's eerily similar to Schindler's List, ain't it?
Shame. Shame.
They are put on trains. Now we got to know, where else is our people put on trains? Because I told you they were put on trains. You went through the Holocaust, and your people was never to be seen again. I'm telling you that. I know nothing about it, but they was put on trains. Interesting. Didn't know that, did you? Never to be seen again. Where did the trains go? It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. Where them trains go? It's gonna hurt. The real question is, Who bought the gun? Where did them train go? Who bought the gun? Who did this with these weapons? Where did this militia come from? Who's the leader of this militia? We're going to keep going.
Now you can imagine on the day of the coup and the massacre what it must have been like for black families as their men are being shot down in the streets. Of course they were terrified, and they just took off from their homes trying to flee these white gunmen. And they fled to the swamps and the forests around the city. Some of them went to a black cemetery thinking maybe the white gunmen wouldn't come there. They spent 2 nights and 3 days out in the woods and the swamps and the cemetery, and this was November, and it was cold at night and it had been raining. There were some contemporary accounts that mentioned that at least one black child died of exposure during this time.
Worse. Oh, this is worse than that, sir.
And after 3 days, they felt that possibly it was safe enough to return to their homes just to have enough time to pack up their belongings and get out of town. And in the weeks and days and weeks after the coup and massacre, 2,100 black people fled Wilmington and never came back. For me, what's really hard to believe about this whole episode is that no one, not one person, was ever punished. No one was prosecuted, much less convicted for their role in 60 murders and a violent coup. It's also hard to believe that the white supremacists announced all of this way ahead of time.
They announced all this ahead of time. Press 1.
Months ahead of time.
Months ahead of time.
They announced in public that they
said, this is what we finna do.
Would overthrow, quote, what they called Negro rule.
We're going to overthrow these Negroes.
By the ballot or the bullet or both.
The ballot or the bullet or both. You ever heard them? The ballot or the bullet, vote or die? Those are racist remarks. That's what these rappers be telling you. The ballot or the bullet, vote or die. Press 1. This shit right here. Cavro University, you on the air. What up?
Hey, how are you?
Bless.
Kev, how are you doing today?
Bless. What's up? What's up? What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Jennifer Washington calling from Georgia.
Miss Washington, what's going on?
Hey, I wanted to share something with you regarding what you're sharing now. This is great. I'm taking notes. I came across something. Wait a minute. I'm going to have to put you on a speaker. I hope it sounds good because I want to read this to you.
Okay.
Bear with me a moment, please. Okay. Can you still hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I came across something called a Lucy blast furnace.
A what?
And a Lucy, like the name of a woman, Lucy.
Blast furnace?
Blast furnace.
Okay.
So when you talk about this aspect of the men going to, like, internment camps, like you let us know all this building up to now. Now the trains are coming into view with the Holocaust. And
but guess what? Oh my goodness! Oh,
I came across this.
My goodness!
You are really helping us put this stuff. So let me read the Lucy blast furnace
before you do this. Let me take a screenshot. This is beautiful. God is good. God is good. Because it's going right into who I was about to name. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. Ahead. So the Lucy furnace it was a pair of blast furnaces in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Go ahead.
It says Allegheny River. The furnaces were part of the Carnegie Steel Company.
The who?
And
who?
The Carnegie Steel Company.
Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Okay.
The Carnegie, one of those families that.
Well, he became the richest man in the world, and he was the one J.P. Morgan went to get. We'll talk about it. Go ahead.
Oh wow. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so Carnegie Steel Company with the first furnace erected in 1871. by brothers Andrew and Thomas Carnegie. This furnace was the first one built new by the Carnegie. The second furnace, Lucy number 2, was built in 1877 at the same site. So now I'm looking at what you're saying, and steel making, the whole aspect of that industry, is linked to blast furnaces.
Do you know I heard that black people was fused with the steel? Do you know I heard that before? Do you know I heard the steel industry was fused with the bodies of black people?
Oh my God.
I've heard that before. Oh, of course.
Yeah,
but guess what? He is the funder of this whole project.
Yeah. His footprint is all over all of this.
Yes. Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead.
I'm just like amazed because, see, I was born in Gary, Indiana. Like, my dad worked in the steel industry.
Go ahead.
So it's always been interesting to me, the steel. Like, Gary, Indiana is one of the most, like, it's like an armpit of America. It was deindustrialized, but it was created to be like a Google city, like Amazon city. And you had all of the black boulets working, their little jobs, worker bees, and making overtime, doing really well. They were able to, put their kids through college. So when my mom tells me what Gary, Indiana was like when I was a little girl, it sounds like a black paradise almost, if I could describe it. Like, everybody was in these like new communities, like those little postage stamp communities. And then to look at it now, how it looks like a bombed out, like a war torn city.
But it can be.
Yeah. So, can you still hear me, Kev?
Of course I can.
Yeah, so I'm now putting these connections, and it's a lot going on when you look at the Industrial Revolution and then the 1800s and how you've helped us to see that our fall happened just 2 grandmas ago. It brings it into a better focus.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I wanted to share that Lucy furnace because I stumbled on it when I was doing some other research. And as soon as you mentioned trains, then I said, oh my goodness.
So he was heavy in what? The trains.
Yes.
Him and Roosevelt. I mean, not him and J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, J.P. Morgan. And they even had, like, I've gone back and looked at the way they used to travel around back then, and the train was everything. Like, these guys had private train cars, and they were, catered, like, eating on, China and just silver. If you look at these trains, it is so, luxurious. And how did they amass all of that wealth, so quickly?
Well, we're going to find out. What happened to the gold of America? We're talking about the biggest heist of all time.
Yeah.
What happened to the gold? What happened to the people? What happened to the people? They were put on trains and did what? We also heard that Hitler's gold, or America's gold, was put on trains, and the Amber Room was put on trains, and trains. But Carnegie is the owner of the trains in America, him and J.P. Morgan. So when we talk about trains, we don't have to go too far to who's rolling around in trains.
Trains, yes. Exactly. And the orphan trains and all of that stuff.
And who did that? Who would have the power to do that?
Right.
We're going to talk about it. Thank you, Queen. Thank you for the blast furnace. Yes, ma'am. See? This is what it's about right here. This is what it feels like. See, y'all thinking some other fault. I'm telling you, they robbed you and took your gold. They didn't take Indians' gold. They didn't take descendants of Africans' gold. They took your gold. They took it. The thing is, who took it? How was it done to you? What was the process? Who had the power to move you about? Who gave the guns? Who bought the guns? Who slaughtered you? Who went from regular rifles and raw revolvers to machine gun and Tommy gun? Who did that? That's military. Who did it? Well, you're going to find out today. I say you're going to find out today. Press 1. That's right. And when Black America was overthrown. So let's get back to the script. Let's get back before we lose where we are. I just want to point people. Oh, and let me give a shout out to those who support the broadcast today. Knock this out. This is Mr. Harris. Shout out to you, sir. Mr. Jason Harris, I love you, brother. Shout out to you always with the morning coffee, as I say. Taj, shout out to you. Bismillah Holloway. Shout out to you, Ellie, for the best teacher in my life. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Queen Ellie. This lady heard troubling me on Instagram. I told you to call it in. But I get it. Shout out to Brenda. Shout out to Mrs. Stephanie Watson. Shout out to Leo Lyon. Press 1. Shout out to you. And Peaches yesterday. Timothy Pittman yesterday. Shout out to y'all.
They said they were going to do it, and they did it while the whole country watched.
Why the what?
Because they had announced this in the spring, summer, and fall of 1898.
While the whole country watched, while all the white folk watched this stuff go on, it was going down. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up?
Hey, Kev, this is Warner from Brooklyn.
Brooklyn in the house. What's going on?
Hey, I just want to chime into a little bit what you're talking about.
Okay.
About the first video that you showed when they was coming through with the guns and everything.
Uh-huh.
Now, I think they were setting up Red Cross too to come in too around that time.
Well, what time was it?
This was when they did that. That was 1892, 1872 when they did that to Wilmington.
That was 1892.
1892,
yes.
Because now when Red Cross came in 1917, 1918.
Yeah, this is all the leading up and the aftermath. After they overthrew, this is where they start bringing in the whole thing. Go ahead.
Right. So this is how, because now they was going around shooting the men.
Yes.
So now when they were shooting the men, this is how the Red Cross came on humanity.
That's right.
Resources.
That's right.
Like they came in acting like they came to help the people.
And they wasn't in the war. They was there to take black men to black hospital and white men to white hospital.
Right. And also set up the concentration camps.
And internment camps. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, because that's when Dorsey, what's his name? Charles Dorsey and all of them came in. That's when they came in with the eugenics and started saying we was monkeys and doing we was inferior, we was this, we was that.
So this is this is the federal government authorizing the teaching of this in school, all that shit. Go ahead.
Right. So now this is when what you call that? When all of the fake information came in, they put in day 100, day 1,000 year story.
Yes.
What you call it, Cass?
What, time immemorial?
Time immemorial. This is when time immemorial came in and they started making museums and started saying this came from Germany, this came from Italy.
And these diamonds belong here, and this was King George from over there, and this is Russian crown, and it's the Queen of England, and the Nazis took over everything.
Yeah, so because now that I know who King George Gillespie is, right, so I go around and I speak to him, like, and they be like, who you talk about? That white cracker? I'm like, white cracker? Nah, you better do your research. He was a king. He was black from Washington State. Do you know that?
They don't know.
So they got to go home and do their research. Ooh. They come home and be like, yeah, I know I'm white.
Right.
Yeah. Tear them up, Chad. Woo.
It feel good when you tear them up and they come back like, you, how you do that? How you know all this? That's dope, huh? That's dope.
Yeah, so then they want to ask mad questions. So now when I deal with people and they talking and they Indian, what year you was an Indian? What year was this?
What year was this? When was this?
Yeah.
They don't even know they law. That's right.
But getting back, so this is all of this adding up to the Red Cross. We going into concentration camps.
That's right.
So this is the time where everybody thinking they coming from Africa off the boat.
That's right. So how did the train stop at any of these camps or at the furnace? We gotta find all this stuff out to apply that pressure. Yeah. You feel me?
Yeah.
Who put our people on these trains? This man just admitted at the Wilmington, the men was marched up out of there, put on trains, and never to be seen again. Women and children.
Never to be seen.
We already know they was feeding the children and women to alligators. We already know about the double punch bowl. And so this isn't, it's just making more sense now that we know who the players are. It'll let us know how we ended up in this situation. See?
Yeah.
Me and the last sister. Me and the last sister was just talking about Carnegie and J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, and then you know what's crazy? Because all of them ties into Wilson, right? Woodrow Wilson. Right.
We call him Pope. We call him Pope Pius. Damn, that's how it made it all the way. That's how white supremacy made its way all the way to the White House. Just like the white man said. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. You killing them, Walla.
Yes, and I just had to mention that, and I just call in. I'm gonna sit back and listen.
Thank you so much for the call, sister.
Thank you.
Yes, now that's how you call Kevin Ross. Ain't no no, bro. The women call in. That means she been studying. Don't be calling in asking me no questions. Call in and talk to me. Now, y'all be trying to teach me and write and get me to confirm. No, fuck what you talking about, bro, with this history talking about.
He called it the white supremacy campaign, if you can believe it. That was
the white supremacy campaign.
Negro rule by the... For me, what's really hard to believe about this whole episode is that no one, not one person, was ever punished. No one was prosecuted, much less convicted for their role in 60 murders and a violent coup. It's also hard to believe that the white supremacists announced all of this way ahead of time, months ahead of time. They announced in public that they would overthrow, quote, what they called Negro rule by the ballot or the bullet or both. They said they were going to do it, and they did it while the whole country watched. Because they had announced this in the spring, summer, and fall of 1898, they actually called it the white supremacy campaign, if you can believe it. That was the name of it, in caps. Because they had announced it, it attracted attention from newspapers around the country. The New York Times, the Washington Post, Philadelphia Inquirer, the Washington Evening Star, the Baltimore Sun, papers from Savannah and Atlanta and Charlotte, obviously the News and Observer, the papers in Wilmington. This thing got incredible coverage. And now when these white correspondents from mainly from these northern papers would show up in Wilmington at the train station, the white supremacists would meet them and hand out cigars and whiskey and arrange for their lodging. But they also, to use a modern term, they embedded them with the white gunmen who had set up patrols. They had turned the city into an armed camp.
Oh my goodness, it became an armed camp. The federal government, military, all that. Press one. Let's go.
with armed white men patrolling day and night, and they had set up checkpoints. So what they did would take the white correspondents
and white watchtowers and all that
out and fill them with the narrative of the white supremacists, which was that blacks were ignorant, venal, corrupt, they weren't capable of voting, and they certainly weren't capable of running government, and they had to be removed. And secondly, they told them that the blacks were stockpiling arms and were planning a black riot the day of the election and to take over Wilmington from the whites. And many of the newspapers, not all of them, they basically bought the narrative, and this is what they reported back to their readers in the North and the Northeast and in the Mid-Atlantic. So that was the story even before the coup and massacre that was presented to the public.
Oh my goodness! How could they say they thinking about taking the Wilmington before the coup when they already had Wilmington? All they had, listen, bro, that shit wild, G.
And now for a century, what happened in Wilmington was called a race riot. It was not a race riot, it was a racial massacre. It was a planned murder spree. Wilmington really, I'm sorry, there have been many other so-called race riots, as you know, in our history in the late 19th century and in the early 20th century.
Which is early 1900s. Late 1800s, early 1900s, where we are, these little race riots are all the same thing. Coups of the city, and towns and states.
It was a spontaneous outburst of white rage, often precipitated by allegations that a black man had raped a white woman.
So it was the same allegations from Wilmington. So why call them? Why are you trying to call? Oh, this was one racial coup, but all the rest of them was just racial war. When it's the same. White woman, white rape. This one gotta tear it down, burn them up, hang them high. Everybody gotta go.
Wilmington was unique. It was a premeditated murder spree. It was planned in advance. It was not spontaneous at all. In fact, as David said earlier, it was the most successful, permanent, violent overthrow of an elected government in American history. There has never been anything like it before or since. People do ask me why Wilmington was such a threat to white supremacists. It was really a bold experiment for the time. Wilmington was really a rarity and an outlier for most southern cities at the time. For one thing, it had a black majority population. The black population was 56%. At that time, I believe New Orleans was 27% and Louisville was about 17%. But more importantly, they had a multiracial government, which was highly unusual at the time. You had black men in positions of power. In Wilmington, 10 of the 26 police officers were black. 3 of the 10 city aldermen were black. There were black magistrates, black lawyers and doctors. The county treasurer was black. The county jailer was black. The city coroner was black. And this was, as you can imagine, just intolerable to the white supremacists who were used to running things in Wilmington and in North Carolina, and they were not going to let it stand. Now, their main goal was not only to overthrow the multiracial government in Wilmington and to take back the state legislature. They had a much broader goal, and that was to prevent blacks ever again from voting and holding public office. And by those standards, what they accomplished was incredibly successful. In 1896, there were 126,000 registered black voters in North Carolina, 126,000. Just 6 years later, in 1902, the number was down to 6,000. So you can see how effective this was, and it actually went down from there. And in fact, blacks did not vote in any appreciable numbers in North Carolina for 70 more years, basically until after the passage of the Voting Rights Act in 1965.
Now, ain't that something?
The coup also...
1960.
turned a black majority city into a white supremacist stronghold. As I said, in 1898, Wilmington was 56% black. Today, it's 18% black. As you can imagine, this was not a city where black people would be welcome. It was a very dangerous city for black people, and most of them fled who lived there, and very few were willing to move back in. In 1898, the United States of America had exactly one black member of Congress, just one. And he happened to be from North Carolina. His name was George Henry White. And he represented a district in southeastern North Carolina known as the Black Second, and it was adjacent to Wilmington, and he spent a lot of time in Wilmington. The white supremacists hounded him and his family. As a matter of fact, Josephus Daniels, the newspaper publisher in Raleigh, who called his newspaper the militant voice of white supremacy, actually used the N-word in an editorial.
No. What do you mean it was? Let me pause this here. Somebody said, if there were more of us, how we lost? There's a missing to the puzzle. Patrick, you don't attend the university, so there's a missing to the puzzle with you. There's no missing to no puzzle. You don't know how they were able to do that, where the men were. You don't have to onslaught. There was a huge war here. There was not more of you. 50 nations came against you. In your mind, you think that it's more of you. It's not. They all came against in one confederacy, like Scripture says. So the missing link is you're not paying attention, and your mind ain't set on the Word of God. That's what it is. And you don't really attend the school. The missing link is where your soldiers at. Where the soldiers at. See, you think that American soldiers are your soldiers, and your soldiers is this soldiers, and no, bro, it's Germany, it's all them little foreign powers over there. All of them.
And in news stories to describe Congressman White. And he finally was hounded so badly. They also really slandered his wife and his kids. He decided in 1900 that he wasn't going to run for re-election, and he gave a long, rueful interview to the New York Times, and he ended it by announcing that he was leaving and never coming back. And he said, "I cannot live in North Carolina and be treated like a man." After George Henry White left office in 1900, no black citizen served in Congress from North Carolina until 1992, almost a century later. And after those 3 black aldermen were evicted at gunpoint, no black citizen served on the Wilmington City Council until 1972, which wasn't that long ago. Now, the coup also installed white supremacy and Jim Crow as official state policy in North Carolina for almost 50 years. It also inspired white supremacists across the South. I'll give you one example. In 1906, there was a statewide election in Georgia, and the white supremacists there were trying to figure out a way to suppress the black vote and steal the election. So the first thing they did was consult the leaders of the Wilmington coup. And after this consultation, there was a man named Hoke Smith, a white supremacist who eventually ended up being elected governor in a stolen election. And his quote after meeting with the men from Wilmington was, quote, "We can handle the blacks the way they handled them in Wilmington, where the woods were black with their hanging carcasses." Now, the main weapon of the white supremacy campaign in North Carolina was a fake news campaign led by Josephus Daniels at the News and Observer.
What's the main weapon? Fake news. Propaganda. Entertainment. Oh, Kim Kardashian. That shit Candace Owens be talking about. All this news here. All this news here. Oh, it's bothering me. Oh, Kanye, please no, I should be fucking my husband, but I'm worried about Kanye. Press 1. Oh, do you guys act like children? The way y'all watch other people live their lives and shit. When the important things come up, You don't know how to address it. You don't know how to pay attention to history correctly. Shit.
Who planted phony stories about blacks to incite whites to attack blacks and intimidate them and keep them from voting. In 1898, though, almost a quarter of white voters were illiterate. So Daniel solved that problem by hiring a political cartoonist. And then he wrote and designed, under Daniel's direction, some incredibly racist cartoons. There's some of them reprinted in the book, but they were very effective in getting across the tenets of white supremacy to illiterate whites. It was very, very effective. I'd like to read just a brief passage in the book that describes Josephus Daniels and the other white newspapers and their white supremacy.
See, because white folk couldn't read. Not that they couldn't read. They didn't know English too well.
Not like this. Not like this.
But them motherfuckers know about racism and knew how to draw a monkey. You know how this shit look back at home. The monkey Negro foot on your head. Monkey, man. Now you can talk to a cartoon if a person, through silent movies, if a person don't know English too well, Perkins peep game and what you really trying to say. And none of them knew English too well. It wasn't that they was illiterate. They were all immigrants. Press 1.
Propaganda campaign. More than a century before sophisticated fake news attacks targeted social media websites, Daniel's manipulation of white readers through phony or misleading newspaper stories was perhaps the most daring and effective disinformation campaign of the era. The most sensational stories focused on what Daniels and other Democrats claimed was the, quote, black beast rapist. As a native of the South, Daniels understood implicitly the sexual insecurities of many white Southern males. Already emasculated by Union troops who had occupied their towns, they risked further shame if black men were elevated to something approaching equality.
There was already by Union troops, colonial troops, but they was already like not occupying their towns. Here you got black soldiers and sailors and this shit. You're intimidated. The masculinity is on fleet. Press 1. White girls is on you. The foreign women is on you. The white woman is on you. They got their red lipstick and red toenails on. And hey, man, and you off and military. You see? This game is being played.
A black man who could vote or hold public office was a man who might, by their logic, become a rival for the affections of white women. With each cartoon and with each provocative article in the summer of 1898, Daniels pitted blacks against whites. The day was coming, Daniels wrote in the News and Observer, when white men, quote, will take the law in their own hands and by organized force make the Negroes behave themselves, end quote. A race war was inevitable. Quote, a clash is surely coming between the races, Daniels assured his readers, quote, and in such clashes the white race is always victorious. Now, white supremacists had their fake news, but they also had their own militia, and these were called red shirts, and they were basically white vigilantes. It was an
red shirts. Press 1. There it is. There it is. Now these red shirts are what? Let's go.
Outgrowth of the Klan, and in fact many members of the red shirts were sons, grandsons, and nephews of Klansmen.
Of Klansmen, of Russians and Germans. Klansmen in 1800. This is just a political party. These are all, go ahead.
And their job during the summer and fall of 1898 was to suppress the black vote. I mean, what they would do was ride out at night into the Cape Fear countryside on horseback. They had Winchesters, shotguns, and pistols. They would barge into black homes, yank out black men, whip them, beat them, and tell them, if you dare to register to vote, we will come back and kill you. And as you can imagine, this had an incredible effect on suppressing the black vote. And on Election Day, which was in November of 1898, they intercepted black men who had found the courage to actually go out and
Jim,
vote. They intercepted quite a few and intimidated them and turned them away. Some blacks did vote, but the black vote was so suppressed that the white supremacists stole the election. They also sent the red shirts and other vigilantes into polling stations to knock over lamps, and in the darkness they would stuff ballot boxes with fake Democratic ballots and throw away the Republican ballots. And there were several precincts where the, quote, winning Democratic candidate got more votes than the total number of registered voters in the entire district. So you can see what was going on. Now, I should mention that during 1898, during the elections, these were for county, state, and federal office, but city offices, mayor and police chief and the city alderman didn't come up for election until the following March in 1899. So the white supremacist plan was to steal the election and then 2 days later, on November 10th, 1898, rise up with the coup and overthrow the city government.
No, my
goodness. Now, in addition to the red shirts, the white supremacists also had two state militias in Wilmington. These were called the Wilmington Light Infantry and the Wilmington Naval Reserves.
Wow.
Now, these were state militias. They were the National Guard of the day.
That was, okay.
And they were supposed to report to the Republican governor in Raleigh.
Oh, my goodness. Here it is. Where is the Republican? Where we at?
But in fact, they were commanded by white supremacists, and almost every member was a white supremacist. So they reported to the coup leaders. During the summer, the white merchants of Wilmington raised $10,000 to buy the newest and most lethal early version of a machine gun that had been invented at this time. It was called a Colt rapid fire.
$10,000. Write that in your notebook.
Gun. It could fire 420 rounds a minute. And to intimidate the black leadership, they took black leaders in the summer.
What'd they do?
Of 1898, they took them out to an island in the Cape Fear River.
They took them out to an island. That means they were put on a boat. Write that down. They were put on a boat, taken over there by Cape River, and did what?
Demonstrated the gun by firing into a riverbank.
They demonstrated the gun and said, "This is what we got."
Just to intimidate the leadership, and it worked because it was a very impressive display.
Oh my goodness!
Now,
the Gatling gun. Hey, come here, let us show you what the fuck we got. Give up now. Press. Give up now. This is what we got. Right here. Who do you think they got that from? It costs how much? Where'd they get that from? We'll get into it.
You know that the summer of 1898 was the year that the Spanish-American War was fought.
Oh, the Spanish-American War is going on. Huh? Remember we was talking about your National Guard and what happened to them? What happened?
And these white militiamen were called up into federal service to serve in the Spanish-American War.
Wow.
But the coup leaders made sure that by the day of the coup, they were back in Wilmington and ready to be unleashed
on the people. So this is military that's supposed to be in the Spanish War with your people. Is right here. They was going to call them back so they can onslaught on the niggas.
On the black population. Now, on the day of the coup, they were still in federal service.
They was in federal service.
They wouldn't be mustered out for probably another 8 or 10 days. And that meant that federal soldiers murdered American citizens.
I told you. Press 1. I told you, and we're going to charge them as murderers. The federal government, I told you, murdered our people all over America. The Federal United States of America Corporation, the company itself, the federal government, J.P. Morgan, Carnegie, all these little dudes murdered in coup You a POW in your own land and been ever since the coup. Facts.
In cold blood and got away with it. Now, black soldiers also served in the Spanish-American War in segregated units. And
they also served in the Spanish-American War in segregated unit. Oh, so where were they? Why the white ones was over there doing this? Where the black people?
Too were the units from Wilmington were called up to serve in the war, but the leaders of the coup made sure that they were not back in town by the day of the coup. They kept them on a training base in Georgia, hundreds of miles away. So that meant the black community was defenseless on the day of the coup. All these young men trained as soldiers, trained in weapons, were unavailable.
2,000 of the federal government.
Now there was, many defenders of the black community, and one of them was a man named Alex Manley, who was a publisher of the Daily Record, which was the black readership newspaper in Wilmington, and their banner claimed that it was the only Negro daily in the world. I don't think it was, but it was one of the few, and it was a very powerful voice for the black community. And as a journalist, I was really drawn to Manley. He was just a fascinating character and a very courageous man. He challenged whites in print and demanded civil rights for black citizens. He also addressed the federal government and demanded that it live up to its promises to the freed slaves under the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, and to provide the equal rights under law that they were promised. He wrote an expose of horrible conditions in the colored ward of the city hospital and got improvements there, and he got improvements in sanitation for black neighborhoods. In August of 1898, this was several months before the election, he wrote an incendiary editorial about race and sex that almost got him lynched. Now, this editorial was in response to a speech that had been given by a woman named Rebecca.
Somebody in the chat room said it's hard for him to read this. It is. You can hear it. You can hear in his voice that it's hard for him to read what he wrote and took notes on. Damn.
Felton, a well-known woman at the time down
See,
in
it's
Georgia.
different when you go down there yourself. It's different when you talk to the people yourself and have these encounters. You have a different, it's something spiritual that happens. You know what I'm saying?
Georgia. And in this speech, she said the solution to this supposed epidemic of rapes of white women by black men was the lynch rope. And her quote during the speech was, "I say lynch 1,000 times a week if necessary." Alex Manley read this because it was immediately published in the Wilmington newspapers, in the white papers. He saw it. He immediately responded with an editorial. And it absolutely shocked white people in Wilmington and in North Carolina and across the South because it was immediately reprinted across the South. In the editorial, he wrote that many black men lynched for supposedly raping white women were in fact their consensual lovers. And he also pointed out that white men raped black women with impunity. I'd like to read just a short passage from his editorial, which was pretty long, by the way, but I'm just going to read a few lines. And in it, he's addressing the white community. Quote, "Every Negro lynched is called a, quote, big, burly, black brute, when in fact many of those who have thus been dealt with had white men for their fathers and were not only black and burly, but were sufficiently attractive for white girls of culture and refinement to fall in love with them, as is very well known to all. Let virtue be something more than an excuse for them to intimidate and torture a helpless people. Tell your men that it is no worse for a black man to be intimate with a white woman than for a white man to be intimate with a colored woman. You set yourselves down as a lot of carping hypocrites in that you cry aloud for the virtue of your women while you seek to destroy the morality of ours." Now, as you can imagine, that did not go over well with the white community. And in fact, the red shirts mounted up and wanted to lynch Manley that day. And just to show you how premeditated and calculated this coup was, the white leadership intercepted them and said, no, this is too early. We'll have a much better political impact, and we can use this closer to the election in November. So they held off, but they also promised him, I promise you, in November, you can lynch Manley and you can burn his newspaper. Well, I lost my place here. Hold on.
They used his words to infuriate more white people.
I also want to read two short passages.
Hey, no, don't kill them yet. Make them more mad so we can get our people to pull this shit off. First one, they're going to be mad as hell when he said, what? The white man had to look at himself. We don't date white black women. The white women looking like, y'all date? Y'all fucking them black women on? Oh, no, by golly, not. We gonna have to hang some people. Hell no, distraction. Hell no, baby. No, they did all this.
Show basically the scope of the tragedy. And the first is an election eve speech given to the red shirts by a man named Colonel Alfred Moore Waddell. He was a former U.S. congressman, Confederate soldier, and newspaperman who actually led the mob on the day of the coup.
Oh my God.
And installed himself as mayor, by the way. And this speech, again, was the night before the election. He's speaking to at least 1,000 white men, many of them red shirts.
2,000.
At Thalian Hall, which still exists today in downtown Wilmington, which is the main public building there, and it's where the city hall was. Again, the speech the night before the election. Quote, and this is Waddell speaking, quote, "The crisis is upon us. You must do your duty. This city, county, and state shall be rid of Negro domination once and forever. You have the courage. You are brave. You are the sons of noble ancestry. You are Anglo-Saxons. You are armed and prepared, and you will do your duty. Go to the polls tomorrow, and if you find the Negro out voting, tell him to leave the polls. And if he refuses, kill him. Shoot him down in his tracks." To show you how the red shirts and the mobs responded, I'll read you a very short passage. This is in the opening couple of hours after gunfire breaks out and the white mobs start shooting black men in the streets. And it begins with a reporter from the white supremacist newspaper in Wilmington. His name's Thomas Clausen. Thomas Clausen, the white reporter, followed a wounded black man from North 4th and Harnett Streets into a home at 411 Harnett Street. He encountered 3 distraught black women. On the floor behind them was a black man named Bezell, dead of his wounds. On a bed, Clausen found the owner of the house, George H. Davis, also a black man, bleeding from a gunshot wound to the chest just above his heart, and another wound to his left thigh. An embedded bullet was visible just beneath the skin of the man's chest. Clausen ran his finger over it. Davis opened his eyes and told Clausen that the white men had fired first. Before returning to his reporting on the street, Clausen sent for both a white doctor and a black doctor to tend to the wounded man. Davis survived, though Clausen later remarked that, quote, "it appeared impossible for one so desperately wounded ever to recover," close quote. And now this is a couple paragraphs later. A city ambulance bearing a white cross bounced through the rutted streets, collecting the wounded, both black and white.
So we know the Red Cross or the White Cross was picking up people.
14 bleeding men, 12 black, and 2 of the 3 whites who had been shot were delivered to Wilmington City County Hospital. The hospital was understaffed.
City County White Supremacist Hospital. I wonder if they got a furnace there.
The white nurses and medical assistants had fled, fearing they would be shot by black rioters. The white resident on call, Dr. R.E. Zachary, treated the patients, the whites in the white ward, the blacks in the colored ward.
Really?
2 of the black men died just after they were admitted. Every other patient survived.
Remember the Spanish flu? Remember the Spanish flu? Now, around this, when did the Spanish flu happen? This is crazy because not only did the Spanish-American War, but remember the Spanish flu? Pandemic of 1918. where they had all those people in them hospitals and shit. Blacks over there, whites over there type of shit. That could have been all Civil War type of shit.
Dr. Zachary made a notation, quote,
Facts.
all except the 2 white men were shot in the back.
That could have all been fucking Civil War type of shit. Red Cross.
Now, you would think that
picking up bodies.
An event like this that had such major
the Red Cross, they don't get shot at and they just pick the bodies up and go.
Described at length in North Carolina's public school history books, but in fact it was barely mentioned. And when it was mentioned, it was portrayed as a heroic white response to a black race riot and, quote, a good government effort to replace a corrupt, quote, Negro rule and Negro domination. Let me read just from a public school textbook from North Carolina from 1933, and all these are in the book. Again, 1933, public school textbook in North Carolina, quote, there were many Negro office holders, some of whom were poorly fitted for their tasks. This naturally aroused ill feelings between the races. Here's a public school textbook in North Carolina from 1940, quote, the mass of Negroes became poor citizens. To keep their vote, the carpetbaggers and scalawags allowed them to do very much as they pleased. The worst crimes were not punished. The white people of the South were no longer safe, close quote. And this is from a 1949 public school textbook. Quote, a number of blacks were jailed for starting a riot, and a new white administration took over Wilmington's government, end quote. And finally, this is from a 1940 textbook about why the KKK and the red shirts were so necessary. Again, this is a public school textbook that was taught to school children in 1940. Quote, to put an end to this terrible condition, white people joined together in a sort of club, which they named the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh, fucking dead, man. I told you, white is the collection of them all. They all form one club, G. You're not there.
Members dressed as ghosts and scared lawless men into acting decently. On moonlit nights, these men could be seen on horseback, riding to bring order back into the lives of their people. Such sights frightened Negroes into living better lives. The names of these men, Negro or white, who had done wrong were listed. The next moonlit night, the Klan would visit these men and punish them according to the wrongs they had done. After this, lawless men were not so bold, and crime became less and less. So you can see from reading just the school textbooks that the white mythology just kept this false narrative alive for years and years, for, as I said before, well over a century. And I wrote this book in part because I wanted to correct the historical record. I truly believe that we do have to confront the ugliest chapters of our history.
Making them out to be fairy tale heroes. In my brain, all I saw was horse rides and the sounds of hooves. Just damn. Here they come, boys. Press 1. They coming for the judgment. Negro, run. Press 1. Right there, right there. Y'all hear that right there? Oh, shit, judgment. The 4 horsemen.
And the roots of racism and hate, and to learn from it. Today, politicians and demagogues are using social media rather than newspapers to scapegoat and demonize people of color, especially with white nationalism on the rise. As I was reading this book, the events in Charlottesville, and I believe it was the summer of 2017, broke out, and it occurred to me those very fine people who were marching with torches and chanting "Jews will not replace us" would have felt right at home in Wilmington in 1898. Now, politicians and extremists today are
meaning the same people in Germany doing that. It's eerily similar. They would have been right at home in America. So when I say America is Adolf Hitler's dream world, me and him can agree, because Nazi Germany fit right in like a missing piece of a puzzle. See, while you all fighting at the Spanish War somewhere at a military base doing push-ups, press 1, they over here murdering all of your people. So all of the soldiers out, Murder all over people inside. You got it?
Are not nearly as openly and nakedly racist as the whites were in 1898, but they're still playing on those same fears and hates and resentments. And the underlying message from some of these people is that America is a white country, and people of color are portrayed as outsiders and threats to the traditional American way of life.
When that's backward. When that's way backwards.
And indeed, some of these politicians are using some of the same tactics as in 1898. I really hear the echoes of 1898 and what I hear on Twitter and social media today. Just a couple examples. Alex Manley, the newspaper publisher, in addition to many, many death threats.
This old white man said, listen, y'all young punks, listen up. He said, this shit, whether Democrat or Republican, I'm hearing the same speech patterns. Now, I'm telling you, this is the same play. This guy here is telling you, ooh, the echoes of the graves is calling. The echoes of the grave is calling when they start talking like this. You better watch the fuck out from these people. Take a step back. And that's what I think we all supposed to do, is take a step back from this whole political, you got to do this and got to do. Let's take a step back and really observe what's really going and have been. Because we got to get a good sense of history before we know what politically anything y'all even for, we even with y'all. You feel me? Well, nigga don't even know.
Being lynched, was told many times to go back to Africa. Well, just this summer, 3 congresswomen of color in the United States were told to, quote, go back to their home countries. So you see this same scapegoating and demonizing coming out. Another example, as I mentioned, in 1898, whites were told that blacks were raping their women and stealing their jobs. In 2015, a certain politician rode down an escalator.
It's not true.
To announce his run for president, and he said Mexican criminals and rapists, he used the word rapists, Mexican criminals and rapists were pouring across the border to steal American jobs.
So it's the same rhetoric.
This kind of incitement and scapegoating really can have consequences, even if they aren't as devastating as they were in 1898. I'll give you one example.
Talk to us.
This summer, our president was warning of a, quote, border invasion across the Mexican border. Border invasion of Hispanics. And in August, a white gunman targeted Hispanics at a Walmart in El Paso, and he killed 22 Hispanic men. And later, he told police he wanted to stop, quote, a border invasion. You obviously cannot prove that the incitement on Twitter led to this act, but there certainly today is an atmosphere
propaganda
of incitement and hate
spread it
and demonization that was very much.
That's why they're trying to do with the Kanye and the Jewish thing. Propaganda, do something. They want you to react to them. Please do something like y'all did before. Don't y'all sense a race war? Race war coming. Come on, black people. Get involved, damn it. And black people are just like, we tired. We gonna watch TV. Black Lives Matter fucked us. Press 1. Candace Owens hate us. Press 1. We just gonna chill. We're gonna sit this one out.
98. So I believe if we do not learn from tragedies like Wilmington, demagogues and bigots can play the race card again and again to incite the sort of hate and violence that was so destructive 122 years ago.
Facts.
So if there's one thing I hope people do take from this book, that's it. So thank you so much for listening so patiently. You've been a great audience. I appreciate it. And thank you. And we will open it up for questions and answers, and I believe there will be a mic available
on each of the steps.
On each step. So any comments, complaints, anything?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your book. I just finished it this morning, with the exception of the epilogue. But I'm from New York City, but I'm from New York City because of the great American migration. My grandmother was born in Wilmington, North Carolina in 1916. My mother was born in 1937. Nana left in 47, Mom left in 52, both for Harlem. I would go down to Wilmington for summer reunions.
Now, forget all that. Forget all that. It's time to move on. Press 1. Time to move on, champ. Because I want y'all taking y'all notes. Who, what, where, when, and why, and where's my gold? Don't forget, where the fuck is America? I know you're thinking about what the fuck they did, but where's your gold? It's the reason why they did this. Where's the gold and what's going on? So, we got a lot of things to think about when it comes to what the fuck we've been talking about. A lot of y'all don't know what a coup d'etat is. So let me break that down to a lot of y'all. Let me show y'all what we're talking about here. Now look, a coup d'etat is a sudden, often violent overthrow of an existing government by a small group. Coup d'etat, also known as a coup, is typically an illegal, unconstitutional seizure of power conducted by a dictator or a guerrilla military force or an opposing political faction. Do you get it? Do y'all got it? Okay? Let's get deeper with it. Coup d'etat definition. In his The Test of Coups, University of Kentucky political scientist Clayton Thine defines coup d'etat as the illegal and overt attempts by the military or other elites within the state apparatus to unseat the sitting executive. As key to success, groups attempting coups typically seek to gain the support of all or parts of the country's armed forces, the police and other military elements, like they did. Unlike revolutions, which are undertaken by large groups of people seeking sweeping social, economic, and political change, including the form of government itself, a coup seeks only to replace key government personnel. Coups rarely change a country's fundamental social and political ideology, such as replacing a monarchy with a democracy.
Not like this. Not like this.
See? Such as replacing a monarchy with a democracy. See? I told you this here, and what you are from a monarchy. You are people of the republic. That's why you are a Republican on the political spectrum. They are from democracy and demonocracy, and Adolf Hitler is a Democrat. You got to read, y'all. Everything was switched. They are the Democrats. Press 1. They fight for democracy. We come from kings and queens. There's an order to us. That's why we call each other this stuff. We don't just say that because we know it in us. And I'm not just talking about I'm talking about the founding fathers of this nation. You talk about King George, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. All of these people knew that. What they were talking about, what you see as the president, as the leader, is only an executive branch to a financial corporation, banking institution. This nation is ran by a monarch. That's what your connection is with London, because they stole the crown from you, from here. But we gonna get into that. Right now we talking about the process of the slaughtering and how they were turned these wars against you into little civil battles or some old hanging or this one and that one, when these were full-blown military operations to get your people up out of there and bring in this influx of maybe 60 to 100 million immigrants of their people back home, Russian, Ukrainian, Poland, London, all of these places, so that they can be the American. And you are the debt holder, but we're going to get into that. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make sure y'all get it, because, you know, I don't want to leave the air and y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. Kev, what's this? Kev, what's that? I'm trying to tell you, you got to see what they did. Keep these time frames. Who supplied the guns and this one and that one and all that. Remember, we had a bunch of floods and stuff going on at that time. But we're going to get into the floods. We're going to get into the floods. But I really want to touch on the floods or the financial backing. Let's go to the financial backing. Then we're going to get to the floods. Press 1. We're going to get to it all.
Not have been possible.
I want to make sure that you guys understand that at this time we're looking at the who, what, where, when, and why. It's all here. You just have to be able to see it. You just got to be able to see it. That's it. If you can't see, I guess it's not meant for you to see. I'm going to be honest with you. If you can't see that the democracy is the Adolf Hitler stuff, is why you ended up here. In this situation, who took the money from you is the issue. So we're going to find out who took, we find out about the guillotine, the guns, the purchase. How much was the guns? How much was the guns? $10,000. Press 1. $10,000. Press 1. How much was the gun? So who supplied the guns? U.S. military? But why would they do such a thing? They was bankrupt. They didn't have nothing. Oh. Okay. Okay. So we're going to move on to our friends here. We're going to move on to our friends. I just want to show y'all a little something. We're going to talk about this for a minute.
Typically, we begin someone's life story at birth, but the story of J.P. Morgan cannot be told without mentioning the influential family that brought him up. Pierpont's grandfather, John Pierpont, was a radical and fiery preacher and would introduce his grandson to the power of forceful speaking, a skill that would later pay dividends for the future captain of industry. But a far more towering and instrumental figure in Pierpont's life was his father, Junius Spencer Morgan. Junius was a highly respected businessman in both the American and European banking industry. And
that's London. That's London.
Largely took it upon himself to shape his son into his own cool and collected image, grooming the young boy to inevitably join the family banking business. No other man comes close to having the same kind of impact on Pierpont's life than his beloved father, although their father-son relationship is probably best described as tough love. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. John Pierpont Morgan was born into this privileged life on April 17, 1837, with every advantage that could be given to prepare him for what was to come.
Okay, y'all see that revenue? Y'all see that rainbow over there? That's the covenant of God, nigga. Let me tell you what that nigga said, the Holy Land. That's what they showing in this video. This white boy see the Nile, the Holy Land, the damn the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark of the Contract, the Ark. Remember, the rainbow symbolizes what? The Ark. Remember the covenant. Remember the deal. Remember the contract.
But it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for the young Morgan. He was a sickly child. As an infant, he suffered from seizures, and as he grew older, was often plagued with rheumatic fever, scarlet fever, and painful migraines. But certainly his most visible medical complication was his acne rosacea, which severely inflamed and ruptured the blood vessels of his nose. Lacking treatment in the mid-1800s, his condition progressively worsened, transforming his nose from unsightly to a disfigured red and purple monstrosity.
I don't know. How should I believe, how should I don't?
Although you certainly wouldn't know that by looking at most pictures of J.P. Morgan, which is the way...
It awfully looks like Mr. Roosevelt.
He wanted it to be. According to his great-grandson,
he also looked like McKinley. J.P. Morgan looks just like Mr. Spanish War himself, Mr. McKinley.
Anytime Morgan commissioned a portrait or photo of himself, he demanded that his gargantuan nose be touched up after the fact, essentially the 1800s equivalent of Photoshop. Pierpont's various medical problems required isolation, turning him into somewhat of a loner. Unable to play outside like most of the other kids, Pierpont stayed inside, where he spent his time studying and learning to read financial statements. In the rare moment that he wasn't absorbing information, Pierpont found comfort in playing the card game solitaire, a pastime that became one of his lifelong pleasures. Back in the classroom, Pierpont was a natural leader. He would often challenge his teachers and, using logic, talk them down from punishing him.
Now let me show y'all something. The title of this is How One Man Financed America. So keep that in mind. How one man financed America.
As he went through school, his leadership skills caught the eye of his seemingly impossible-to-please father, Junius, who would focus his energies on helping Pierpont cultivate his promising potential for the business world. Influenced by his father's success, Pierpont became fascinated with successful men and made a habit of collecting autographs from presidents and other famous figures.
Oh, so wait a minute. So he knew how to forfeit things. He studied autographs. Morgan. He studied autographs. Press 1.
Using logic, talk them down from punishing him. As he went through school, his leadership skills caught the eye of his seemingly impossible-to-please father, Junius, who would focus his energies on helping Pierpont cultivate his promising potential for the business world. Influenced by his father's success, Pierpont became fascinated with successful men and made a habit of collecting autographs from presidents and other famous figures.
George Washington.
His fascination with powerful leaders led him to write a school essay on Napoleon Bonaparte, and although his parents tried to introduce him to American heroes, Pierpont was solely...
We're dealing with forgery. Good job, you guys. High probability of forgery at the highest levels.
Impressed with Napoleon and heavily inspired by the general's insatiable appetite for global power, an idea that struck a chord with the future leader. On October 1st, 1854, Pierpont's father, Junius, was made partner at the London-based financial firm George Peabody & Company. Soon after, the Morgan family relocated to London. But Pierpont, then just 17, wouldn't be staying very long. Concerned about his son's mood swings and hot temper, Junius sought to instill principles of discipline and responsibility. Wanting only the best for Pierpont, Junius sent him to the Institut Selig, a Swiss boarding school on Lake Geneva, 600 miles away.
Press 1. The White Cross. By golly, the Swiss X marks the spot. The Geneva Convention, Lake Geneva. This one and that one. Swiss accounts, Swiss banking. You got it? Chase, Manhattan, J.P. Morgan.
It wouldn't be his first time far apart from his family. When he was only 15, Junius sent Pierpont to the remote islands of the Azores to help him recover from rheumatic fever. Alone, all by himself, he'd spend an entire year recovering from his illness. Perhaps this was part of his father's unique parenting plan to help toughen Pierpont, helping the boy to become independent. After school, Pierpont began his career on Wall Street, aiming to profit from the lucrative emerging American market. With the help of his father, Pierpont secured a starting position as an unpaid clerk with a small banking firm in New York. One of his chief responsibilities was providing overseas intelligence to his father in London.
He was a spy.
Sending the latest American economic and political updates. For 33 years, Pierpont reserved Tuesday and Friday evenings to write to his father, who not only absorbed his son's lengthy letters, but cherished them. With his new position on Wall Street, Pierpont gained invaluable first-hand experience in the business world. But his tireless ambition soon outgrew that small firm, and in 1861 started his own company, J. Pierpont Morgan and Company. One of the dividends of working in the banking industry was Pierpont's introduction to New York's elites, allowing him to mingle with those of high society. It was at one of these gatherings when one young woman caught his interest and deposited a fierce love in his heart. Amelia Sturgis. Amelia, or Mimi as she was more commonly known, came from a banking family as well, and when Pierpont first met her, he was mesmerized. Over the next 3 years, Pierpont...
Who they call Mimi? Mariah Carey? See? This is like, if this isn't like a light skin, like, let me stop.
And Mimi were inseparable, and as his business grew, he used his new wealth to buy her a ring.
He looks like Winston Churchill. We'll get to it.
From Tiffany's, planning to propose, but their lives would soon take a turn for the worst.
All of these
Preparing
names
for a wedding in a few months, Mimi approached Pierpont that summer with a lingering cough. And although Mimi said she was too sick for a wedding, Pierpont rushed to marry the woman of his dreams in October of 1861. By this time, she had become so frail that Morgan had to carry her down the stairs to her own wedding. Hoping that a warmer climate would cure her cough, Pierpont took his bride on an extended honeymoon to the Algiers. Concerned, Morgan hired the best doctors that money could buy. But as her condition deteriorated, physicians confirmed Morgan's worst fear: tuberculosis, a disease almost always a death sentence in those days. Sadly, it became evident that no amount of money could change her fate. Although J.P. Morgan was as attentive as could be, Mimi Morgan died on February 17th, just 4 months after their wedding. Pierpont was heartbroken and returned to New York a shell of who he once was. Coping with the pain of loss, Morgan threw himself wholeheartedly into his work. With long days and strict discipline, the next 2 years were consumed with growing his reputation as a trustworthy American banker. It was during this time, however, that America would go to war with itself.
Shame.
What is this?
Shame.
Oh.
Shame.
Civil War. Civil War. Time. If I didn't teach you that, you would have never caught it. Just say it. You would have never caught that. Oh, back at this. Wait a minute. Interesting. Looks like a civil war here. Revolutionary type shit. With J.P. Morgan in the 1900s? Wait a minute. But if Cap didn't take you out of the mind control, you wouldn't even see how dumb you look believing that type of shit. Because you usually think the Civil War happened when? Gotcha. But gotcha. President, I knew we'll see the shit. All you gotta do is listen to these people. Just listen to them talk.
Fighting south, the Civil War would soon reach Morgan when Congress passed the Conscription Act in March of 1863, drafting all able-bodied men between 20 and 45 to enlist in the Union Army. But John Pierpont Morgan was far too busy and important to dirty his hands with something as trivial as 20 and 45 to enlist. North fighting south, the Civil War would soon reach Morgan when Congress passed the Conscription Act in March of 1863, drafting all able-bodied men between 20 and 45 to enlist in the Union Army.
So all the immigrants is military. All the white people military. You see? I told you. All of them. Oh, Civil War. They caused the Civil War. Everybody deputized. 2,000 people? That's a whole army. Nigga, you know what 2,000 people look like? With guns and with military rifles? Now you can see. That's right.
But John Pierpont Morgan was far too busy and important to dirty his hands with something as trivial as war.
So what do you do?
Following in the footsteps of other men of means like Andrew Carnegie.
Now, our Andrew Carnegie looked like the nigga who was ripping the medals off the whatchamacallit with a smaller beard. Press 1. Oh, this one right here, he's the one. But let's listen to it. Let's listen.
And John D. Rockefeller, Morgan paid $300 to be removed from enlistment and instead have a substitute fight in his place. He would fondly refer to his stand-in as the other Pierpont Morgan.
Oh, the one that looked like the dude from Wolverine who never dies. Oh, because the Civil War you guys are talking about would just be, political theater. Yeah, it'd just be theater. So why not just he died in the war but lived on through the Red Cross to tell about it? Let's go.
But Pierpont wouldn't sit idle on the sidelines of battles. The business of war was too lucrative for such nonsense.
The business of war.
As the battles raged on, Morgan...
The business of war. So J.P. Morgan makes money off of Civil War. You ready? Let's go.
Morgan found a way to profit from the carnage, trading Union bonds. He recognized that bond prices seesawed in value.
What? Bond prices seesawed in value. He began to notice something.
On the sidelines of battles, the business of war was too lucrative for such nonsense. As the battles raged on, Morgan found a way to profit from the carnage, trading Union bonds. He recognized that bond prices seesawed in value following the news of each battle's outcome between the Union and Confederate Army. The ability to foresee the winner of a battle meant big profits. Along with Union bond speculation, Morgan also found other ways to monetize the war. In what would later become known as the Hall Carbine affair, the 24-year-old Pierpont was approached with a unique business proposal.
Oh no, what's this one?
From a New York lawyer named Simon Stevens.
Simon.
Stevens proposed that Morgan lend him $20,000 at 7% interest to purchase approximately 5,000 antiquated rifles called Hall Carbines.
Look at your neighbor right now.
Not like this. Not like this.
Who bought the guns? Who bought the guns? All right. All right, now let's continue on. Let's continue on. This is a great part because we got them committed. They're committed. Who bought the guns? Come on.
Widely regarded as outdated, yet still serviceable.
Outdated, yet still serviceable. That means we can use them. They cheap. That's what's up.
Stevens could purchase the rifles from the Union Army at the bargain price of just $3.50.
You can buy the guns at $3.50
piece. Using Morgan's loan, Stevens's plan was to modernize the rifles by upgrading their cartridges, which would improve their range and accuracy.
Okay.
After upgrading the weapons at the cost of only 75 cents more per rifle, Stevens would then flip the guns, selling them back to the Army and using the proceeds to repay Morgan's loan with interest. The plan worked to a T. Following the defeat of the Union Army at the First Battle of Bull Run, the North suddenly found itself desperate for rifles. Reluctantly, the Army agreed to repurchase the newly modified weapons at the steep price tag of $22 each, despite selling these same guns for just $3.50 only about a month prior. 2 years later, a congressional committee overseeing government contracts labeled those involved in the Morgan-backed deal as being worse than a traitor. These types of deals didn't make Pierpont popular, however, especially with his father. Virginius lived by a conservative and non-speculative business philosophy, born from his first-hand experience during the Panic of 1857. "Slow and sure should be the motto of every man," he preached. Despite his hectic deal-making schedule, Pierpont always made the time for religion and devoutly attended St. George's Church in Manhattan. On one of these Sunday mornings, Pierpont...
Incredible.
Met Frances Louisa Tracy. Fanny, as was her nickname, wasn't immediately interested in Pierpont, but over time, Morgan wore her down. By the end of 1864, the two were an item. Although he had waited 3 years to marry Mimi, he waited just a few months to marry Fanny on May 31st, 1865. 9 months and 10 days later, Fanny gave birth to Pierpont's first daughter, Louisa. 2 years later, his first son was born, J.P. Morgan, Jr. At this time in America, wealth and prosperity was on everyone's mind. The end of the Civil War pushed the country into a multi-decade boom, later dubbed as the Gilded Age, the Age of Enterprise. From 1870 to 1910, America's population and per capita income more than doubled as robber barons and business tycoons took the nation by storm. Names like Carnegie, Rockefeller, and Vanderbilt were on everyone's lips, as entire industries were birthed seemingly overnight. But as the country grew, so did its need for capital. Backed by the old world money that Pierpont's father was working with back in London, J.P. Morgan was perfectly positioned on Wall Street. It was the epitome of being in the right place at the right time. The only problem was that J.P. Morgan was finished. At age 33, with the world ready to beat down his door, J.P. Morgan was tired. It looked like retirement was the only option for him to cure his weary body, but his father would have none of it. Junius had worked too hard in London to cultivate ties with America to let his son stop now. If health was the issue, then he would graciously allow his son some time off. But Pierpont would not be permitted to leave the banking business altogether. Junius Morgan arranged a new partnership for Pierpont. One of his contacts with substantial ties in London was a Philadelphia banker by the name of Anthony Drexel, a man who was 11 years Pierpont's senior. A conscious decision by Junius to surround the young Morgan with older and wiser minds. Drexel's American firms were already raking in $350,000 a year and had established trade partnerships overseas. Armed with $5 million of seed capital from Junius, Pierpont and Drexel formed a new venture, creating Drexel, Morgan & Company in 1871. As per his father's wishes, the younger Morgan agreed to join the partnership under one condition: a desperately needed vacation. Pierpont wasn't thrilled at the prospect of going back into the office. He was exhausted. In fact, throughout the financier's life, he would regularly take vacations for several months each year, desperately needing to recharge. He often joked that he could accomplish 12 months of work in just 9 months' time. After returning from a 15-month vacation in Europe and Africa, J.P. Morgan purchased a 368-acre property in Highland Falls on the Hudson River, north of New York City. This sprawling estate, known as Cragston, would be where he escaped the noise of the city and raised his growing family. The Morgans added another 2 daughters in the next couple of years. Unsurprisingly, Pierpont cared about excellence in every area of his life. He was as precise with his gardens as his finances. It was well known that he cultivated his own roses and took special care to only select the best flowers for his stately home. And just like pruning his plants on the weekend, he was careful to avoid weeds that threatened to sprout in his business. Back at his office on 23 Wall Street, he demanded that women only be allowed in the building once a year, on New Year's Day, when the markets were closed. His partner had a female secretary who had to be stationed across the street so as not to distract the busy businessman. That level of focus led to unheard of success in the banking business. While the country's median annual income was just $500 a year, Morgan was regularly making over $500,000 a year. But it was more than his financial genius that made him so successful. It was also his intimidating image, which was only exacerbated by his bulbous and deformed...
Now this lets you know, this is the monopoly man right here. This lets you know the federal government had no money. They only win when they make you believe you didn't have any, as if you guys were the same. But these guys is from Europe, in London, and they're only working for, you notice it says "and company." They're only here by way of the company. They're not here to make some little American dream. They're just here by way of offshore international banking and corporations trying to steal shit.
nose.
He was
His
damn near a
fixed
spy.
gaze was described as like staring into the light of an oncoming train. He towered over men, standing an impressive 6'2", a full 8 inches over the average man's height at the time. Morgan used his daunting appearance to bend his opponents to his will, especially those in the railroad industry. Unlike most businesses with relatively low barriers to entry, starting a railroad could cost anywhere from $17 to $35 million.
Okay, so we got guns, railroad, bankers. Press 1.
Fortunately for Drexel, Morgan and Company, there were just a handful of banks that could finance projects of such magnitude. But despite the high startup costs, the railroad industry had overexpanded, with several companies offering lines that competed with one another, all trying to service America's never-ending growth. During this time, it was common for one person to control the interests of an entire industry. Carnegie was forging more steel than all of Great Britain.
Don't this guy look familiar? I promise you, Carnegie is a motherfucker. This guy looks right into the goddamn camera. You better remember me. All of these people you're supposed to remember look at you a certain way. He got that look like I'm 10 people, and if you can see me, he just got that fucking persona. Like, these guys are fucking super disguised at whoever they are.
Rockefeller was refining as much as 90% of America's oil, but the rails, on the other hand, were quite the opposite. Whereas other industries were largely monopolized, many railroad owners dealt with cutthroat competitors. It wasn't uncommon to have multiple companies lay rail lines along the same route to compete with one another, driving down margins. But whereas others saw overexpansion, Morgan saw opportunity. Instead of passively owning stock in railroad companies, Morgan would play an active role in the corporate management of rails he invested in. By taking a position in a company and joining its board of directors, Morgan could reshuffle the company's leadership and then direct the company the way he saw fit. The practice grew so popular that it later became known as Morganization, although today we know it as activist investing. It was said that despite serving as a director on many boards, the true chairman was always wherever Pierpont sat. On one rare occasion, when a railroad president challenged his leadership, J.P. Morgan responded,
"Never forget, your railroads belong to my clients."
Over time, Pierpont gained an unparalleled reputation as an honest and forthright dealmaker. And at a time when government regulatory agencies didn't exist, he was known as the sheriff in the Wild West of trains. Having Morgan on your board was a deterrent, one that would cause corporate raiders and robber barons to think twice about attempting a hostile takeover. Brokering larger and larger deals, Morgan perfected the art of consolidation as his growing reputation helped to attract even more business for his firm.
Wow, he's even seen stepping over the king.
So when two railroad giants threatened to take down the rail industry and crash the entire American economy, it's no surprise that Morgan's power was called into action. But the scale of this deal required Pierpont to set the stage in a way that had never been tried before.
What'd he do?
The stakes could not have been higher.
What'd he do?
If you've ever heard the phrase, work hard, play hard, it was lived out with J.P. Morgan. Although he spent long hours in the office, he exercised just as much effort in his leisure time. In 1882,
he looked just like Stalin, but
J.P. Morgan joined the New York Yacht Club and purchased a 185-foot iron yacht, which he called the Corsair. He often used the vessel to commute to and from work in the city, so that he wouldn't be tied down by the rail schedule. In luxurious fashion, Pierpont also hosted extravagant parties as he cruised up and down the Hudson. Although the Corsair was mainly used for pleasure, its staterooms would serve as the eccentric boardroom for Morgan's next meeting. Two of the largest railroads in the country, the Pennsylvania and the New York Central, were battling each other at every turn, with their margins growing thinner by the day. But what these companies didn't realize was how their territorial wars were affecting the American economy. British investors, who had sunk $1.5 billion into the industry, nervously watched as the railroads edged ever closer to bankruptcy. Before long, the British were quickly pulling money out of U.S. rail stocks at the concerning rate of $25 million a year. This was particularly dangerous, considering railroad companies consisted of over 2/3 of America's publicly traded companies at the time. If the two railroads collapsed, the domino effect could have a catastrophic impact on the infant American economy. J.P. Morgan devised a daring plan that required agreements on both sides of the tracks, but neither rail president looked ready to concede. So Morgan invited both of them to come aboard the Corsair, where they sailed the Hudson River, debating the details of Morgan's ambitious proposal. In his typical unconventional and controlling style, Morgan refused to dock until both parties agreed to his terms, effectively holding the railroad presidents hostage.
Now, this is the second story of people and leaders being taken on a boat, being shown things and being forced to do things they would normally do. One with a Gatling gun, the other upon this iron ship with Mr. J.P. Morgan, Mr. Pierpont. Somebody called him the White Chug Knight. Oh my goodness. But do you see the similarities in the story? What happened to them? Oh, they were taken. Yeah, they took them out on a boat and showed them some weapons they ain't never seen. Next thing we know, they gave up and said, yeah, before they kill all of us, we got, yeah. So what was it? See, these are the stories you got to pay attention to. Go ahead.
In the end, they wearily agreed to stay out of each other's territories. This landmark victory became known as the Corsair Pact. For Morgan's help in brokering the transaction, he was generously rewarded with a $100,000 commission, along with $1 million profit on his rail bonds. A few years later, on April 8, 1890, Morgan's father, Junius, tragically passed away in a carriage accident. And while his father's death was awful news, it wasn't entirely negative, as Pierpont inherited the lion's share of his fortune, totaling $15 million. Although painful for Pierpont, it was also, perhaps, liberating. With his father gone, Morgan was now free to invest and spend how he wanted, finally enabling him to step out from his father's overcasting shadow. Overnight, J.P. Morgan's wealth more than doubled. His first order of business was to immediately purchase an even bigger yacht, which he very creatively named the Corsair II. When asked about the cost of building such a mega yacht, legend has it that the banker answered, "If you have to ask, you can't afford it." Few prices in life were too high for J.P. Morgan. The opulent new Corsair II spared no expense, boasting real fireplaces, unique fine china, oak paneling, full-size tubs, and central heating.
So J.P. Morgan also owned the White Star Line ships as well. I wonder if they had furnaces.
Yacht would cost him $100,000 a year in maintenance alone. Despite the steep price, Morgan considered it well worth the investment, allowing for a true escape from the office and the bombardment of telegrams. And although Morgan had plenty of cash to keep himself afloat, the market would soon poke.
It's okay if you can't see the video sometime. You can hear. That's the important thing. If you're not calling in, that's the important thing. Okay, what's the important thing is you can hear and you're paying attention. Most of you people saying, we can't see the video. We can't see the video. Guess what? You're not even in my university. We know how to listen. We know how we're listening for things and we're really taking notes. We're in the background helping each other formulate these thought processes. So sometimes I don't care whether you can see the video. You got ears. Who was that right there? TW and the rest of y'all. Y'all not even, listen, you little niggas ain't even like a factor over here to make me even care what you can see. I come online to give to the people who can hear, who got their mind really on the information. Not like little children. I can't see the back. You not speaking on nothing neither, TW. You not using your weapon, your voice to speak truth into this world either. So what the fuck I care? So what?
Holes in his business. Enter.
That's why I don't like these niggas following me around and shit, because you didn't hear them women. You don't hear these sisters when they call my show with the information that they paying attention. They really got notebooks. We really taking notes. Not one of them is saying we can't see. That's because they probably like this. We can hear though. They know. What's wrong with
Gold panic of 1893. At the time, the U.S. dollar was tied to the gold standard, which allowed for anyone to convert their paper
money. Classroom. Listen, shout out to my supporters, the people who really support this broadcast. We on to the gold, not TW.
Afloat, the market would soon poke holes in his business. Enter the gold panic of 1893. At the time, the U.S. dollar was tied to the gold standard, which allowed for anyone to convert their paper money into physical gold.
Listen.
Because notes like the $20 or $100 bill were essentially thought of as vouchers for gold, the government always kept a minimum reserve of $100 million worth of gold coin and bullion. It wasn't a legal mandate, but keeping it above that line meant the public still trusted the government. But
This is you. This is what happened to the gold. Press 1. We got the guns. We got this one. We got this one. Come on.
Of 1893, the government's reserves plunged well below the 100 million mark as European investors exchanged their U.S. currency for the precious metal. The run on gold sparked widespread panic as people began to ask themselves,
where they get all this currency from to deplete?
Investors exchanged their U.S. currency for the precious metal. The run on gold sparked widespread panic as people began to.
The Lords of London did what?
3. The government's reserves plunged well below the 100 million mark as European investors exchanged their U.S. currency for the precious metal. The run on gold sparked widespread panic as people began to ask themselves, if the U.S. government ran out of gold, would paper money really be worth anything? And as the country's reserves drained out in a steady flow, banks and businesses began to fold around the country, seemingly in unison. With millions now unemployed, major corporations turned to the same institutions that helped them in the first place, the bankers of Wall Street. But the bankers had
who put them in this situation? The bankers on Wall Street, the financiers of Hitler, J.P. Morgan and them. While you buying Nike tennis shoes, I'm buying historical reading points, TW. Ain't that you can't see. You can't hear. Don't be a child. I need to see something. These ain't nothing but pictures. You got to be able to listen and comprehend words. You can't see words. You can't see comprehension. Okay? Don't be so caught up in the goddamn pictures that they showing you.
Their hands full, especially J.P. Morgan. His darling industry, the rails, were collapsing, with 192 lines declaring bankruptcy in 1 year alone. Eventually, a third of all train tracks in America would be shuttered, impacting the entire economy from coast to coast. The people of the time would call this period the Great Depression, a name that wouldn't be redefined until 1929. Soon, J.P. Morgan would once again prove why he was known as the American Napoleon, as he turned his mighty will to the problem at hand. His reputation as a great consolidator would prove him to be the right man for the job. Intuitively, he knew that merging the railroads was their only chance at survival, a move which left many wondering if the banker held too much power over this great American industry. But when railroads came to him for help, he would refuse, unless he was given full control.
Well, they didn't come for him for help. Remember, he held them hostage, remember?
This wasn't the time for waiting around. As all great businessmen know, this was a time for decisive action. After taking control of a rail line, Morgan used his financial wizardry to strengthen the company's balance sheet, refinancing its debt and issuing new shares to raise more capital, among other strategies in his financial playbook. Over time, Morgan slowly pulled the brakes on the out-of-control railroad industry, and for his efforts, Drexel, Morgan and Company was rewarded with a secure hold on all future business with major rail lines, not to mention some very handsome commissions. Out of this 20-month financial feat, J.P. Morgan walked out with more than just money. He also gained new notoriety and fame. His increasingly impressive reputation took him farther than he had gone before, eventually landing him in front of the highest office in the land. Although Pierpont was able to halt the railroad catastrophe, America's treasury was still in crisis mode. Gold was the foundation of the entire U.S. economy, and that foundation was quickly crumbling. In response, J.P. Morgan came up with a plan to restore America's gold reserves, which he sent directly to President Grover Cleveland.
All right, here go the plan. He got us out the railroads. He don't got the railroads. Now, all right. Now, Grover Cleveland looked like the other him with bigger clothes on. Press one. Here go the good stuff. Here go the meat and potatoes here. So, what did he do? What do you think he did? And who's the president at the time? D-Jack, I got him. D-Jack, I've been up all night watching Columbo. Press one. I've been in Columbo mode, just. Press one. I've been in Columbo mode, the rare form, fraud department shit. Straight up Columbo mode. Grover Cleveland, write that down. He gets to Grover Cleveland and did what?
Confident that his plan would work, Morgan retreated to his library to play solitaire, waiting for the eventual yes from the president. Within an hour, the reply came back. No. President Cleveland instead opted to do what the government had always done in the past, sell bonds to the American public. But Pierpont knew that issuing bonds would take too long when the government would default on its debts within 3 weeks. Without delay, J.P. Morgan rushed from New York to Washington, determined to meet with the president, a man he considered his equal. If the president was the king of the land, then Morgan was unquestionably the emperor of finance. At first, the president denied seeing him, to which Pierpont replied with an intense, intimidating tone,
"I have come down to Washington to see the president, and I'm going to stay here until I see him."
By this time, the situation was growing worse by the hour, as the government was running the serious risk of going bankrupt.
It was getting worse by the minute, by the hour. Ain't that some panic for you?
Leaking $2 million a day from its gold reserves and showing no signs of slowing. The morning after his arrival, Morgan was ushered in to see the president and his several cabinet members. But the president and his men were not inclined to listen to the Wall Street banker. Luckily for Morgan, the treasurer received a call in that meeting that their reserves had dropped to $9 million.
Oh my God, they got a call.
Pierpont saw his opportunity and jumped. He told the men in the room that he personally knew of a draft for $12 million that, if presented that day, would wipe out the U.S. government by 3 o'clock that afternoon. Realizing their dire situation, President Cleveland turned and asked, "Have you anything to suggest, Mr. Morgan?" Morgan offered a syndicate of...
They act like they were speaking English. They weren't speaking no damn English. Them niggas over there like Gorbachev. I don't think that we can take it over this way. Press one.
U.S. and European investors who could work together to invest gold back into the government's coffers.
Huh? The Lords of London did what, Candace Owens?
Realizing their dire situation, President Cleveland turned and asked, "Have you anything to suggest, Mr. Morgan?" Morgan offered a syndicate of U.S. and European investors who could work together to invest gold back into the government's coffers.
A syndicate?
Using an outdated loophole from an earlier civil...
Wait. A syndicate for what? Uh-oh.
Or law, Morgan demonstrated how the Treasury could buy gold from Morgan's private syndicate, building up their dwindling reserves and plugging the leak.
Hold on.
3 o'clock that afternoon. Realizing their dire situation, President Cleveland turned and asked, "Have you anything to suggest, Mr. Morgan?" Morgan offered a syndicate of U.S. and European investors who could work together to invest gold back into the government's coffers. Using an outdated loophole from an earlier Civil War law, Morgan demonstrated how the Treasury could buy gold from Morgan's private syndicate, building up their dwindling reserves and plugging the leak. More importantly, the loop...
Where did Morgan get this? Where did he get private gold? Okay. Let's go.
loophole enabled the president's administration to bypass Congress, a convenient way for Cleveland to make an immediate decision. In spite of the negative publicity of the White House working with Wall Street, Cleveland signed the contract with Morgan Syndicate. Within 22 minutes in New York City and 2 hours in London, the private sale of the government's gold bonds were completely sold.
Shame. Shame.
Who sold the gold bonds to who? Wow. Wow.
An immediate decision. In spite of the negative publicity of the White House working with Wall Street, Cleveland signed the contract with Morgan Syndicate. Within 22 minutes in New York City and 2 hours in London, the private sale of the government's gold bonds were completely sold. Disaster now averted. Pierpont.
They bypassed Congress, bro.
Had successfully bailed out.
That's a theft.
The United States government, rescuing the country from the brink of collapse and restoring faith in the American economy. But his motivations were not...
He sold them to himself? You think he sold them to himself? You think he playing all the roles? He know, yeah, we know how to do it because he know how to forward signal. You think he sold them to himself? I think he'll do some stupid shit like that too. I think they'll do some stuff like that. Yeah, I don't put it past that he sold them to himself.
Entirely altruistic, as he pocketed a hefty commission for his services in facilitating the transaction, raising questions as to whether Morgan's behavior resembled more a profiteer than a patriot. With this amount of influence, many were concerned whether one man like Morgan should hold so much power. There's no clearer example of this than when J.P. Morgan was approached by Andrew Carnegie in 1901. Carnegie Steel was at its peak, netting $40 million a year.
Uh-oh, Pierpont, Carnegie Steel, and guess what? The furnaces, press 1. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What did she call that shit? Lucy Blast Furnace. Carnegie Brothers Company, Pittsburgh. Ah! Press 1, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car. Shout out to the Queen, Mrs. Washington, who cemented that blast furnace. Ironworks. Oh, yes. Lucy Blast Furnaces. Ooh, that can make a Holocaust right there. Let's see. Lucy Blast Furnace. That got to be hellish. Oh, yeah, this was the steel. Remember I said they was taking them? Remember we did a show about mining? And we said, you know what they do in the mines? They have those, they put that steel in there. And they be melting that steel up in their mines and shit like that. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Andrew Carnegie was ready to retire from the business world, so he wrote on a scrap of paper the amount he'd be willing to sell his business for, and had it delivered to Morgan's office.
Oh my
Taking
goodness.
just one glance.
Oh my goodness. Europe's biggest blast furnace, a colossus being made fit for the future. Guess what number is there? Guess what number is there? 54. Press 1. Oh my goodness. Guess what number is there? 54. But I'll get back to it. I'll get back to it in a minute. Wow.
The $480 million price tag, facilitating the transaction, raising questions as to whether Morgan's behavior resembled more a profiteer than a patriot. With this amount of influence, many were concerned whether one man like Morgan should hold so much power. There's no clearer example of this than when J.P. Morgan was approached by Andrew Carnegie in 1901. Carnegie Steel was at its peak, netting $40 million a year, but Andrew Carnegie was ready to retire from the business world, so he wrote on a scrap of paper the amount he'd be willing to sell his business for, and had it delivered to Morgan's office. Taking just one glance at the $480 million price tag, J.P. Morgan agreed on the spot, marking the largest business transaction in history, as well as minting Carnegie as the richest man in the world at the time. Later, when celebrating the deal, Carnegie remarked that he should have asked for an extra $100 million.
If you had, I would have paid it, replied Morgan. Using Carnegie Steel, Morgan formed the United States Steel Corporation and continued his consolidation spree.
Steel, railroad. Who got access to perform a Holocaust on you? Press 1. Who got the power to perform a black Holocaust on you? Press 1. Who got the power to pull off a Holocaust on you? Who got the guns? Who got the federal government? Who's empowering the federal government? Who's the banking man behind the federal government? Easy. No, you're not paying attention. Go back, go somewhere and play. I'm sorry for your luck. You've been flushed. Sorry for your luck. You sitting up here and you don't got the right answer, you shouldn't even be here. Okay, thank you, Amanda. J.P. Morgan. He has the trains, he got the money, he got the burning technique, he owns the railroad. Who else gonna put you on a train? And he's into gun trading.
Effectively,
the United States Steel Corporation,
controlling 60 to 70% of the country's total production. In doing so, he also created the world's first billion-dollar company, U.S. Steel, then valued at $1.4 billion, equal to a staggering 7% of America's GDP. In addition to his iron grip on the steel industry, Morgan's newest venture, Northern Securities, had bought up and controlled two of the largest railroad companies in the nation. This meant that Morgan owned
So he forced the railroad into his banking empire.
Third of all rail lines at a time when 60% of America's stock market capitalization consisted of railroad corporations. People began to whisper and speculate that Morgan owned the United States. One of those who believed the whispers was the president himself, Theodore Roosevelt. Previous presidents like Cleveland and McKinley were
Mr. McKinley and Cleveland
much in favor of the mega corporation.
Which McKinley looked just like, Grover Cleveland looked just like fucking JP and Roosevelt.
Taking over the country, or at least they didn't seem to mind. In stark contrast, Roosevelt was anti-monopoly and believed...
and he's the trust buster. Press 1. He's the guy that busted open the trust for what? Okay.
Believed that the size of government should grow with the size of American industry. Needless to say, Morgan and the president weren't off to a great start. Using the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890, Roosevelt worked hard to tear down companies like Northern Securities and U.S. Steel. At a time when there were no problems with politicians receiving bribes from big business, like free rail passes, President Roosevelt was resolutely against those old-world practices. Roosevelt saw J.P. Morgan as part of the problem with America's bumpy economy. The president did not want giant corporations to go unchecked. Morgan and his Northern Securities would be Roosevelt's example to the whole world.
You see the nose on Roosevelt?
Without consulting his presidential cabinet.
This is like Photoshop. They photoshopped his nose and now he's Roosevelt.
Roosevelt publicly declared that Northern Securities was being investigated for illegal acts under the antitrust law. And for the second time...
The antitrust law.
His life, Morgan rushed over to the White House, demanding to see the president. He claimed that he should have been given time to fix the problem and warned before this hasty move.
That is precisely what we did not want you to do, replied Roosevelt.
Eventually, Northern Securities was broken up in 1904 as the Supreme Court overturned Morgan's appeal. J.P. Morgan resented the government's intrusion into big business. Upon hearing that President Roosevelt was traveling to go hunting in Africa one year, Pierpont remarked,
"Good. I hope the first lion that meets him does his duty."
Although the two did not see eye to eye, President Roosevelt, or Teddy as he was also known, had to admit that Morgan possessed a talent for repairing entire economies. This talent would be tested again in 1907 when the stock market panicked after the failure of the United Copper Company, which pulled down the entire mining industry with it, along with 2 brokerage houses and a bank, all within one weekend. As it happened, the stock market panicked again, and a bank run ensued. One of the strategies used for slowing the drain of capital from the nation's banks was to have the tellers count money slowly, purposefully dragging out each encounter with depositors. Perhaps this played a role in making the line so long in the historic bank run photos we know today. If the public continued pulling money out at the same time,
so it was no scares at all.
Ramifications would be felt for years. President Roosevelt would need to set his differences aside, as he knew there was only one man who could solve this problem: John Pierpont Morgan. His administration called for Morgan to step in, extending $25 million of government funds to be used at Pierpont's disposal. Amidst the crisis,
Pierpont got the gold already.
John D. Rockefeller offered half his personal fortune to Morgan if it would help save the country from a depression. Just like the business conducted on his yacht, Morgan had to set the stage. He arranged for heads of the nation's largest banks and trusts to meet in his private library to work together to solve the national crisis. Morgan reportedly laid out his plans for the bigger banks and trusts to invest in their smaller competitors. He then locked the door and played solitaire while the bankers negotiated amongst themselves. Reporters anxiously camped outside, waiting to hear the news. By early morning, the leaders of the nation's largest banks and trusts had come to a resolution, just like the Corsair Pact so many years before. Morgan helped organize the capital needed to bail out the failing banks, and by the end of the week, another crisis was averted. J.P. Morgan was hailed a hero. Walking down Wall Street, bystanders cheered. But this would be the very last time that one man, especially a Wall Street banker, held that much influence over an entire country. And even though Morgan was semi-retired and well into his mid-70s, he continued to face opposition for his unparalleled influence. By 1912, Morgan was commanded to appear before the Pujo Committee, a Senate-led group that was investigating the extensive financial power held by a small handful of almighty bankers. And although the group was investigating numerous banks, it soon became evident that J.P. Morgan was the main target in the government's crosshairs. But Pierpont remained adamant that he had done nothing wrong. When asked if he chased power, he claimed that power was never something that he wanted. Widely covered by the media, Morgan used the platform to show off his diplomatic superpowers. Is not commercial credit primarily based upon money or property? A lawyer on the subcommittee asked. No, sir. The first thing is character, Morgan cleverly replied. Before money or property? The lawyer countered. Before money or anything else, Morgan responded. Spectators roared with applause.
They don't know what that means. They don't know what that means in commercial, but we'll get to it.
Ultimately, the committee's findings revealed that Morgan single-handedly controlled more than $22 billion of capital through his 112 corporations.
Rhode Island Company, New York Central, West Shore Railway Company, Rhode Island, Harlem River Company. Oh, so the companies are the land. It's the land. So he's buying up the land. The banks is buying up the land.
To more than 2/3 of the country's GDP. And although the senators were unable to find Morgan guilty of any...
So the banks are buying up all of the black land. Banks just buying them up. And to the name of companies, which is illegal again.
The Pujo Committee eventually paved the way for the establishment of the Federal Reserve and the permanent fixture of income taxes. Despite being able to help America avoid multiple economic depressions, Morgan couldn't seem to escape his own mental depression. Pierpont suffered from nervous breakdown.
See, you got to, and I love every bit of it. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Now, going back, I just want y'all to know, y'all not slaves at this time. You're far from it. You're more like people who is being hijacked, robbed of their belongings and things of that nature. You got a lot of things coming up in the early 1900s that's just sweeping Afro-Americans all over just displacing them from these engineered panic crisis being seen on television and radio and such like that. These panics and nobody ever went through nothing like that. I mean, when you listen to broadcasters, you would think that they, especially at the time, had the respect and the trust, but no, they were passing things. They would just scare the shit out of people. Meanwhile, your communities are being ransacked, destroyed, bombed with airplanes, firebombed all over the place. Every major city, Chicago, all over the place, San Francisco, all set on fire. Private companies just not putting fires out. Whole communities. It's just like war going on. Guerrilla tactics. But again, we're talking coup, and we're talking guerrilla warfare, and we're talking about just destroying townhouses and gaining possession of one's police and Congress, state representatives and local militias.
All right, Jim, thank you.
But listen to this. I want y'all to pay attention to this, because we said a lot, and I don't want to leave without just information getting out there. So we again, same time frames of these Great Depressions. Fine, we're looking for the gold. You see what they did to the gold. Keep that. Put that up. We're going to talk about that later. We're going right now to talk about lost towns and flooded black communities. Press 1, that is not spoken about. To let you know it was war. Dams broken, whole communities being washed out all over the place, all over America. And this is the start of a great conversation, because we was talking about the Jewish Holocaust and all this other stuff going around the world, but the worst atrocities to happen in America happened to Afro-Americans all over the Americas, not just in the South, not just in the North, not just on the West, not just on the, all over. And it was like done in a way none of us can get a real grasp on how we were done. How was our gold taken? How was our silver taken? How were we made into corporate slaves and put in UCC commercial codes as if we're products to be sold? And what does all that mean? What does black mean in Black's law? What does that mean to be civilly dead? I mean, you don't have. We'll talk about it. Let's get to the black towns. I'm giving you everything at once. You'll be able to figure it out later.
Do you really know about Lake Murray? When it was built in the 1920s, it was the largest man-made lake in America. The lake is nearly 50,000 acres with roughly 500 miles of shoreline. At one time, that area was known as the Saluda River Valley. It was settled in the 1750s by German, Swiss, and Dutch immigrants with two major towns, Dutch Fork and Saxagatha. But those towns are long gone. They were buried in water after SCENG bought the land, creating the lake. All that remains now are remnants of a past that few people alive know little about. On any given day, you'll find Steve Franklin and John Baker on the waters of Lake Murray, searching for the past, one dive at a time.
A lot of people think it's eerie, but I mean, you know, it's really not. It's a step back in time.
These two men have devoted hours discovering a forgotten time and place that sits at the bottom of this man-made lake.
There are a lot of towns throughout the lake, a lot of old churches, schools, cemeteries.
When SCENG purchased the land to build Lake Murray, 75% of it was just a wooded area. The rest of the land consisted of 9 small towns and communities, home to nearly 5,000 residents. 90 years ago, in 1927, SCENG paid to relocate them all and build new structures elsewhere. All that remains now are bits and pieces of the past, some big, some small. One of the bigger pieces is the old stone house. It was built in the 1800s. Despite its size, the murky water made it hard to find.
When we found it, we actually swam through the front door and hit our heads on the back walls. But that was neat to be able to find that and see how it's still kind of preserved. I mean, you got all four walls and some of the rafters of the roof still.
And because of that poor visibility, Steve and John rely on sonar to help in their discoveries. It gives them a clearer picture of what's on the surface nearly 200 feet down.
One site that we dive a good bit is the old Wise Ferry Bridge that used to span across a river. What was cool we found recently was a stamp in the side of the structure, the supports that hold the bridge that says 1911 when the bridge was built. Then,
wow. Since 1911, bro.
We were dusting off some of the old concrete support of the silt that had settled on it and found a bunch of the construction workers' names that was drawn.
There are old roads. The roads are still quite identifiable. They're old dirt roads. At that time, I believe mostly traveled by horse and buggy. There probably weren't too many cars at that time. So the old roads are still pretty easily identifiable, especially on the side scan sonar. And that kind of helps leads us to where the old towns were. Sometimes there's really nothing at all, except mud and rocks, where it was left. But sometimes we do find some pretty cool things where an old city was, and even some old home sites too.
Other discoveries include boxcars, railroad tracks, a hitching post, and cemeteries. When SENG bought the land, they offered to move the dead, but most families decided to let their loved ones rest in peace. In all, more than 2,300 graves are at the bottom of Lake Murray.
Most of the cemeteries are in the 1800s. There's three different types of cemeteries, I guess you could say. There's actually old slave cemeteries from the time there was slavery at that time, and they would have a cemetery for the slaves. Then there was the smaller family plots, maybe 4 or 5, of the family members buried there, just small little headstones or markers. And then there was the large multi-family lots.
Well, as you might expect, Steve and John have heard from local families, hoping they can find their loved one's final resting place. And they expect to hear from a few more. Some of their discoveries are so far down, though, they have to take extra steps just to stay safe.
And some of these dive sites are really challenging to get to because the type of diving, where some of these are really deep, way past recreational diving limits, and we had to go get specialized training so we could extend time at these depths and stuff. And so you got the exploration factor that just keeps driving us to come back, but you also have the challenge of the dives. It's cold, it's dark, it's deep.
Well, as you just heard in our story there, more than 2,300 graves are at the bottom of Lake Murray, but time has taken its toll on those final resting places. A little more than 20 years ago, the waters of Lake Murray were lowered, exposing the grave sites and the damage many of the graves have endured. For Susan Brown, her great-great-grandparents are buried there. She explains why her family decided to leave the graves where they were when SENG bought the land.
They gave the families the choice. They could either pour a 4-inch slab on top of the graves, or they would move the graves. And my granddaddy said, just leave them alone and let them remain at peace. He said the slabs would be on top, so nothing could happen to them.
And all these years later, the slabs have not worked?
No, they're all broke up, big holes, gaps. They've just crumbled.
Well, Susan says she would like to see the water lowered one more time so descendants of those buried at the lake can get in one final visit.
Yeah, I would. I'd like for it to go down one more time so I could get one more visit in my lifetime. And I think a lot of people would enjoy seeing the history, because there is a lot of history in that lake. It's not just fishing and swimming.
Oh my goodness. Press 1. Oh my goodness. We're going to be going over a lot of this information. Facts. We're going to be going over a lot of this information. Let the dead worry about the dead. I'm on to some better things. But this is again not the only place. It's a ton of excuse me, not the only video. It's tons of videos out here of people who've made this stuff.
How you hidden referred to as drowned towns. We've often talked about Lake Lanier, but sadly, there is plenty more.
Coffee and Kush TV on the air. What up?
Peace, Professor Gibbs. It's Taj calling in, man. I'm in the airport right now, but I'm going in, man.
What's up? Talk to me, King. Well, talk to the audience. I'm gonna let you have the flow. Go ahead.
Here we go, man. Hey, so I recently had a contract. I was doing some work out in Forsyth County, Georgia. Yeah. That's the site of, Oscarville. Back in about 1911, 1912, back in that Woodrow Wilson time. That's when that town was flooded. That's Lake Lanier. When I'm there, every summer, it's always something going on. People always drowning. It's a town up under Lake Lanier where everybody comes. It's an amusement park. Everything in like Atlanta, that's where everybody has that lake house at. And it's crazy because Oprah when I was there, they introduced me to an Oprah segment that she did in about 1987. They said, no black person has lived in this county for over 70 years. That lines up with the timeline. And it was just wild to just see how the people, like, I guess they were the red shirts, the dudes that were the red shirts, the guys that were, the Klan members, Dawson and Forsyth County. But man, you all the way on point with it, man, and you tying it all together for me because up until this point, I thought that was the only place that happened, and I really appreciate you, King, man. Keep up the good work, man. I'm fall back.
Well, thank you for the call, champion. I appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
Man, there's nothing more than that.
Home for Lake Martin, Susanna, Alabama. Susanna was flooded by Lake Martin. According to
we finna explore this one good time. Let's go.
Where that came from, Oscarville, Georgia. Lake Lanier is a popular weekend destination known for fishing, boating, and so much more, including an eerie reputation that has deemed it as haunted in Georgia. But one lesser known fact is the lake sits on top of a black town called Oscarville.
So when they put that white woman up there and said, oh, I just want to have fun, press 1, I don't know nothing about it. Press 1, I want to see one last time. That takes away the authenticity of the pain that's needed. Coffee and Kush TV on the air. What up?
What up, Kev? This is Marlon.
Marlon, what's up, man?
Not much. I stay in the A, man. So, I know I used to be an Uber driver. So, I know not everything, but I know a lot about Lake Lanier.
What's up, man?
Now, let's say this. I took a passenger from the airport all the way out to Lake Lanier. So we get out there, we get closer out there. It was already raining.
I don't want to talk about Lake Lanier, though. I mean, I'm just showing my audience. I really want to focus on J.P. Morgan, the gold, the guns, the war, not Lake Lanier per se. I'm focusing on the flood. I don't like, as far as the stories go, that's cool. But at the moment, this is what I'm talking about, is my complete story. I don't want to talk about Uber rides to Lake Lanier, how crazy it is, how it's haunted. I don't care. I only care about
I caught it on the back.
Okay, well, go find something else to do with your time. Thank you. I'm not here to play with y'all. I'm not here for y'all amusement to talk about your favorite haunted stories or nothing. I'm here to talk about the missing gold, what's missing as a collective. You see, when the women call, you see, they got the whole thing down. I don't care about, I was driving down the road and then the gold popped out and then all the people go. I don't care. I care about the entirety of who, what, where, when, and why. The comprehension level has to be there. I didn't wake up today to hear your ghost stories. Press 1. Try again, Daniel's son. Try again. I don't give a shit. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up? Cabro University.
Hey, good day, Professor. This is Rico.
Rico, talk to me, King.
What's going on with you, man?
Don't tell me about no late and near ghost stories, man. I don't want to hear shit about it.
That's why I'm laughing. I just such a it was just a little 7-minute video. They was talking about that, but I really want to bring up as you bringing up Grover Cleveland and showing the banking.
Come on.
I started researching just a little Grover Cleveland a little bit, and I think he actually signed the Dawes role into act.
Huh?
Yeah, he actually signed it into act. So
good
he's
job.
saying that he could be J.P. Morgan too, because he's saying, and yeah, he signed it into act to where they were moving the land at that time, or whatever they saying from Native Americans, and they saying at the same time he hating the African Americans.
So they orchestrating the whole storyline within a 10, 15-year span.
And they are, and so when you know when they come to October 6, 1917, on like how they already put it in place in the late 1800s. So I want to say again how him as the president, he's using those veto powers, which I think I want to do my research and see if presidency powers that he might have got from the Civil War, because you see they was like they used from the Civil War for the president to extend powers. I
don't think we were even a part of the federal government at the time, because that federal government was just broke. It's just like the American people had more money than the federal government. I mean, it was just like black folk had their own real materials, they real gold. Remember, they were forced to give all their shit back. But go ahead, giving all gold and silver. Go ahead.
Because at the same time that they from the 70s up until the 1870s to 1890s, like you showing, they're passing Coinage Act, so they taking from it being a gold, from them making gold at this time, the president, he say, okay, let's make more silver for these banknotes. So it's different things like you saying like that, to where they're playing with our monetary system as the American people, to where they're having these bankers and these federal government to come in, like you said, collude with each other. The federal government and the president and the bankers act like they don't like each other, when in hindsight, you showing us that they really are in cahoots with each
could be possibly the same damn people.
And that part too, which is even more like, come on. But I want to say that as I was seeing that when it started leading up, right when you saw into 1898, how the coup is really when they really decide to put it in the paper and they showing it, you showing how it's even leading up to it. Like I said again, following the goal, following the money side, and that's why I said again, I'm gonna definitely, when I get off, once you finish showing us whatever you're going to finish showing us today, I'm going to be researching and seeing how the emergency powers that they was trying to enact during the Civil War, how it was extended through the bankers and stuff like that. Because again, what you're showing us, Kanye West,
the 13th and the 14th Amendments, they was using that to validate the onslaught and the trust busting and all of that. They had to get that over. But yeah.
And I'm glad you said that, because they made us, in 1933, they made us an emergency. But again, as we kind of going back in history from 1917 to 1898, we can see, as you're showing us, that they're steady labeling people that's in the state already enemies of the state. You know what I'm saying? As we're doing our homework, we're realizing that people are already here with us. You know what I'm saying? Foreigners, of course, coming over just in the more recent years to do work and stuff like that. But for the most part, they're couping, coup d'etats. And it's coup d'etats of the government. It's coup d'etats of the land and the banks at the same time, because we did have our own bank prior to taking over our banks. And that was the major thing that happened with Roosevelt. When Roosevelt passed an emergency act, we had to have licenses after. And that was the first time that licenses came into place, which they said in hindsight, when you read in the law dictionary, that a license is, in hindsight, you wouldn't really be, what's the word, it would be illegal. So if you have to give somebody a license, that means that in hindsight it would have been illegal. Not the banking, it's just that they made banking illegal by issuing the license. Also, at the same time, as they said, they used the code, the law of necessity. And when you look up the law of necessity means they saying we need to do this pretty much out of necessity, but in hindsight, it will go against the natural law, the common law of the land. So they're saying because the necessity of the emergency. So again, how they're showing, okay, it was a run on the banks early in late 1800s, but then they saying the same thing again in 1933. How you showing us this repetitiveness of history and just showing the perpetrators at the same time. So I want to definitely say in 1917 if they talking about a run on the banks too, but you're already showing us in 1901, 1894, stuff like that. They saying it's a run on the bank. So we gotta handle this emergency. We gotta do this and do that. But at the same time, it's just them putting it in the law form. I want to say on law form and giving like what you're showing their people a reason to fight for something that's not even really there. You know what I'm saying? So I really appreciate how you showing this and breaking this down to it, because I was trying to come out of the time immemorial of saying, like, I'm seeing the same thing happen over and over, but I don't know what's real and what could be them just kind of writing stuff in. You know what I'm saying? So I really appreciate you helping me to see that a little deeper as I'm doing my research and as we're trying to come out of this and see the collective and see what, like you said, the why, the when, the where. And we're like you say, we ain't got to worry about the how, so we get into that, but we definitely need to know the why and how to come up out of it. So I appreciate that.
Let me ask you something else. J.P. Morgan also owned the White Star Line.
Come on now.
So the White Star Line and all of these steam-powered ships in 1911, early 1900s, all these could have been like the Titanic, the Lusitania. This is all the ones that.
What's like, Prometheus? I don't know if Prometheus is a real ship.
No. I'm talking about the real damn steamships that they're calling the Titanic, and all of these ships could have been owned by this guy. Remember, he's the guy that's taking the people out on boats making deals.
Right.
The what boat?
Right. And that's what I'm saying.
Unless the boats got sunk and niggas got off the boat.
That's what too. They should have took the little, their little life raft off the boat, like how they did in the Titanic, and left everybody else on the ship to die. So either which way, but you definitely showing how he's taking over big businesses, big commercial businesses, in hindsight, to where it's like he's going to be the one to be able to call the what I want to say. He's going to be the one to put the plans in motion with the other people. So because of his finances,
sir, what I'm saying is he is the most culpable suspect to have been able to pull off the Black Holocaust.
Right, that's why, and I agree with you on that. That's what I'm saying, because of the way you're showing how he's been able to put his money, what he's been able to do with presidents, all this type of stuff. That one man, just one man.
Carnegie Steel, that just set it off. That's the furnace. So he got the trains, the furnace. Hey, look up the Lucy furnace. Look up the Lucy, the twin. What she call that? She called it the something. She called it the something, bro.
And like you said, they even got furnace on heating systems, central heating systems on the boat.
Lucy Blast furnace. No, forget the heating system. Yeah, forget all that. Forget the boat. That's too complicated. No, they going straight to the Lucy. This is where they going. This is where they going to burn them bodies.
And you showing that you got the train, like you said, the trains and the man. Come on now. Oh, I'm looking at it right now.
Blast furnace. Carnegie Brothers and Company, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, or whatever PA mean.
And like you said, he's taking over the company cities too. That's a big thing because of the company cities, which probably could have been, I ain't gonna say just workers of foreign, but I'm like how you showing that we were really on top of the company cities. We were the one that was lending out from the banks and stuff like that. And it's Mr. J.P. Morgan coming and taking all of that from us. You know what I'm saying? So I see, as you're saying, I'm looking at the picture right now. They got.
Sir, have you ever seen The Man in the High Castle?
Yeah, I watched it. I watched all the seasons.
All right, so what the lady say? They put their ass on train. Where do all the black people go? They put them on train.
And they dumped them off their bodies off in the I'm trying to think what they called it, but pretty much you seen when they walked up and all the little bodies was in the
sir,
in the field pretty much.
Sir, yes, where did the lady find out they was taking them black people on them train?
They was taking them to the concentration camp, and when they died at the concentration camp, they were just
what was big at the concentration camp? What was they doing there?
Let me try to because I'm thinking about the little Nazi setup building where they were trying to jump through the portal. So I'm trying to remember exactly man.
Sir, call back. Do the research. You didn't watch it, bro. You didn't watch it. You didn't watch it, bro. What did the white lady find out that they took these black people and put them on trains and sent them where? And she was mad as hell. She said, "What you do? What y'all do? Come on now. Come on, y'all better than that." Where did they take those black people? What did they say in the beginning of the whole show? What was they saying? Why is all this smoke out here? What's that? What's that smoke? What's that smoke? Coffee and Kush TV, Cabro University on the air. What up?
Hey, what's up, Kev? This Reginald, man.
Reg, what's going on?
I have something here that might kind of put things in perspective. The Coinage Act of 1792 is when based on a little bit of the research that I've done, is when all this stuff's kind of started. 40 years in the bimetallic system, meaning that they were using coin, they were printing coinage. They started the mint in 1792. Okay, they spent 40 years in that system, and what happened was it appears that silver was a more favorable coinage to print, so they backed it. They backed it with the silver.
But what we know that why are you way back in the 1700 in the coinage? What are you talking about there?
Because I'm trying to give a timeline of how they stole it.
How they stole
the gold and the silver.
I know when they stole it.
I didn't say not when. I'm saying like how and why how they were able to steal it in the way that they stole it. I'm trying to show a way. Beginning from that point.
What I'm saying is, I've got the point when they stole that. They stole the gold. Not when they not when they turned it into coin or nothing. When they stole the gold. That's when.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me put it, I can do it like this then.
The day they stole the gold, we already found out.
Okay.
When do you know the day?
Money is backed by gold and silver, correct?
Money is backed by
the standard of money that we use today, right, and before is money, right?
Right.
Okay, so in the money system, when you use metals, you said something about Carnegie, with the steel, melting the steel down with the furnaces?
Yes.
Well, that would be the perfect place to melt down bullion. So if we turn it into money and turn it into an exchange, it would be an easy way to take away from, like, let's say a silver coin is 999.99 silver. Okay, they can break that down to 50 and then give us that in the exchange and then have the other 50% going overseas, like you're saying about where they sending it to these banks, send it to the islands, and then send it to the banks. You see what I'm saying? I mean, we know you taught us well about that they stole the gold, but how would they get it to all of these banks if it was in the form of metal? Well, we can melt it down through the steel plant.
Wait.
Cut it.
Wait.
Because we're spending coins. So if a coin is 50% gold, it's not.
Wait. This is why I didn't want to talk about coins. Like what? Huh? What? I don't understand. This is why I'm not talking about it. I don't understand nothing you're talking about. I'm talking about the historical events of the who, what, where, when, why, not who stole the gold. We know who stole the gold. That's the thing about it. That's why I'm focused on that. Because you're not going to do nothing but sure, they could have put it in the whatchamacallit, but it's still, I don't understand.
If let's just come up, okay, so let's not go through the dates. Let's just go through the people. So let's just take somebody like what President Nixon did in 1971 with the taking away of the gold backing the money, the paper money. He took the gold standard away. So they've been playing with the gold standard, the metal standard, ever since 1792. They've been playing with it, making silver a more viable spending, transferable thing of spending, and then gold is not at that standard anymore. So now we're not watching gold, we're valuing silver as a spending option. Meanwhile, the gold is being collected and stolen, like you're saying. I'm not disagreeing about, we know that it was stolen. We know that. But how would they get the gold? Like, if I had gold in a location that's heavy, how would I get it from there without anybody knowing? Put it in coinage and then break the coinage down to where I'm thinking I have $50 in a coin when it's only really worth $25 what it's made out of. So they've been cutting.
What if it's not gold at all? Maybe if it's just made out of steel. Maybe it's fool's gold.
Okay, that's what we're spending now. That's how they were able to do it. The trick us into thinking that the coins that they're printing is the mint. The U.S. Mint made us think that the money was the worth.
So they turn.
Now it's not worth anything. A penny is not made out of copper anymore. It's made out of zinc.
So you turn the gold in. It's still a natural resource. You
water it down. You water it down over time.
Well, that's just not a part of the subject matter today. Thank you for the call. It's just, I understand English. I understand what you like, taking it to the furnace and all of these things, but you got to put more context into your time frame or something, because I'm trying to. I just don't understand that, and that's why I'm focused on. That's why I'm focused on what I'm focused on, which is the steel factory right here. That's what I'm talking about. The trains pulling up with dead people. That's what I'm talking about. Remember, black people in trains. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Hey, it's Brittany.
Brittany, what's going on?
Not much. I just wanted to confirm some details for you. You were asking about, whether J.P. Morgan owned the White Star Line and owned the Titanic.
Yes, ma'am.
And he did. He did own the Titanic and the White Star Line, so that included the...
So J.P. Morgan owned the Titanic and the White Star Line?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And there was also rumors around that time that he was actually supposed to be on the Titanic, but changed his mind before it took off. So, and the rumor also states that he wanted to kill 3 men who opposed the Federal Reserve. We don't have like a source of where that rumor came from, but of course we know. Yeah, and also the Lloyds of London are the ones who insured the Titanic, and they insured the hull for the Titanic.
So the Lloyds of London were the insurers of the Titanic. Go ahead.
That's right. And they insured the hull alone for $152.5 million.
Wow.
What it would be worth that today. Yes. And we also previously talked about there being a Gillespie on the Titanic as well.
Ah, that's right.
And I also saw that the company that salvaged the Titanic, they have a exhibit called Bodies where they display cadavers. I'm not sure if they're real or what's going on with that, but so similar to that company that the Lloyds of London had that was called Maine, there's an exhibit called Bodies, and that salvage company also has a agreement with the Lloyds of London.
And they're pretty much salvaging all of what they find to get it back to them.
That's right. And one more thing also about the trains. There's a show called The Porter, which talks about the Universal Negro Improvement Association, which is basically the Black Cross nurses and the Garvites and that group of people.
Ah, that was
they
Marcus
were the porters
Garvey
on the train. That's right.
Say that again.
They were the porters. Which part? What it was called? The Universal Negro Improvement Association.
Okay, what did they do?
They were the porters on the train, so they were the service people on the train.
Oh, so Marcus Garvey and these people were the ones who serviced the trains.
That's right. And the Black Cross nurses.
And the what?
The Black Cross nurses.
What is that?
So those are the nurses that worked for Marcus Garvey, basically.
Planned Parenthood type things, vaccinations, eugenics to help push.
Walter Plecker.
So the Garveyites are oh my God, because I'm saying to myself, Brittany, don't bring these black people back here. Who they get on them trains with? Well, the Garveyites were incredible.
Yes. And I also sent you that
they also had the Black Star line as well.
That's right.
Okay. And that also was paid. That was J.P. Morgan as well. So It must have been insured by, let's say, Lords of London.
The Lloyds of London.
The Lloyds of London. Oh, Candace Owens. Go ahead, Brittany.
All right. So the porters on those railways seem to be connected to everything that's going on as well, especially also, I sent you something about, it was called the Society for the Prevention of Calling Sleeping Car Porters George. And they said that started out as a joke, but it seems like in reading that, it looks like they were doing some swapping of the name George. And they said that King George was actually a passenger on that train as well. And they passed out about 31,000 memberships across the world. So I'm going to have to do more research into what that actually is, but I thought it was pretty interesting, especially dealing with the railways and the porters and the name George and everything. And that was in 1914 as well.
Right. Let me ask you something. Who has all the connections to pull off a black Holocaust in America? Who's consolidated all the power to pull off not only the greatest heist, not only to bring all the gold to centralized location, but to put black people on trains and take them places they will never return from?
Right, J.P. Morgan.
J.P. Morgan.
And especially his father being, he was doing fraud. So it could just be the right swap of names as opposed to swapping the actual resources itself. It's getting the right name. Right?
This could be actually, this could actually not just be oh my goodness, this can be a whole Holocaust concentration camp, not just a steel company. This can there's a train stop right out front.
Yep.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am. So now that I'm looking at this photo here, see, I'm not here to play with a lot of y'all. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm not here to play with a lot of y'all because I work too hard. I work too hard to be on some childlike, incompetent. No, I'm not talking about anything to get my mind off of the Black Holocaust. So y'all can daydream about Lake Lanier, and that's about the floods and all that. I'm showing you who has the power to pull off the Holocaust in America. That looked like the concentration camps right there. That looked like the blast furnace. That looked like everything you need to execute and burn people. Press 1. What happened to all the black people? What happened to all the black people? Huh? What happened to all the black people with this whole Tatarian? Where's all our people at? I bet you I found the Holocaust, the real Holocaust. I bet you they rounded our people up. They took them on trains. They put them in the Holocaust. Every Holocaust you ever seen movie looked like they took them to a place look like this, nigga. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. I don't need your approval no more. That's black smoke coming off the top. I know what that shit looked like to me. Lord, God is good. He wouldn't have led me this far to lead me astray. They telling me, Kev, look. See, because I know I found all the bones already. I know the Valley of the Dry Bones. I know where they took the bones. I just need to know how they did it. Press 1, that's all I need to know. How they did it. I already know Margaret Sanger was sent to rip the wombs out of black women. I already know. I know all of this. I just wanted to know, how did they get these black people on these trains, and where did these trains go? They didn't go underwater all the way over there. Oh no. Press 1. Got they ass. Press 1. You got to know what a Holocaust is. You are organic here. A Holocaust is the burning of organic tissue. That's what a Holocaust is. You don't understand the etymology of things. Press 1. You don't understand the etymology. I'm telling you, the federal government is complicit in the murder of Americans. Press 1, that's what I'm telling you. It's the same people. Don't act like you brand new. It's the same people that slew your kings and queens and hung them up on trees. Press 1, and they said right there, millions and thousands of them, and hung black leaders and lawyers. And see what happened. See, the federal government wants you to believe you was an African. So you came over from Africa and, oh, we helping you by helping you live. No, but it's something even worse. You are from here, and they did this to you. They robbed you of everything you ever had. And they did, and what for? What for? To take the crown and put it on their head. Press 1. A Nazi. Press 1. You seen her throwing up the swastika? A Nazi. Press 1. That's who. To take the Queen Church, the Queen Mother, the Matrix. Press 1. And then they can steal it from here and put it in the Magna Carta and put it on their head. Press 1. That's what? Right off the Titanic. That can be the Titanic diamond right there, the hope. Diamond of hope right there. I've been in this water for 90-something years, but one's looking for Jack, where Jack is a synonym for Jacob in the scripture. Press 1, and you took something that don't belong. That's why God is coming. Press 1. You don't have to tell me I'm right. I knew I was right when I was young. Press 1. I just needed that platform. You feel me? I knew I was right a long time ago. I bet you this is the Holocaust, the Black Holocaust, because we already found out that. What did we find out about the Krevenkrieg? Press 1, the American Red Cross is the concentration camp. So if the concentration camp is the Red Cross, and the Red Cross is the concentration camp, then it would be crazy that they took you on trains to get incinerated and the goddamn never to be returned. Press 1. See? Y'all playing. I'm not playing, G. I'm trying to find out what happened to our people. Press 1. I'm trying to find out if these are people over here in the Vatican, over here burn up and skin gone. Press 1. I'm really on some other shit. I don't know what y'all doing in y'all lives, but nigga, I'm really on some real what happened to our people shit. You know, y'all can sit every day and play and chat, and that's cool. I don't have the luxury to turn the computer off and do something. I'm too busy trying to prove that the Nazis infiltrated America by way of the Red Cross, and the Red Cross is the concentration camp. Press 1. That's hard to do with people in a digital age who all they want to do is play. You know what I'm saying? All they want to do is call a show and with minimal, oh, I was driving by late. I don't want to hear no shit like that. Nigga, I'm trying to solve what happened to Emmett Till Daddy, nigga. Press 1, that's me. Press 1, that's a great thing I'm doing, a great work. Don't trouble me with your little conspiracy brain. I'm trying to find out if we was put in the Holocaust. And it takes more to say, you the Jew. Prove to me you the Jew. Show me. Right now, Kevin is the only one proven. Yeah, the Hebrew Israelites can't even prove it. They just can say, oh, we Judah, and look right here. I'm telling you what didn't happen. See, that's different. Press 1, I'm showing you something different. Press 1, I'm showing you how, who, what, where, when, and how. Press 1. Y'all tripping. They put us on them trains and ran and collected all of the gold. That's exactly what they did. And made you the commodity of the gold. That's why I don't play with this shit. Who bones is these in the Mickey Mouse Club? Who bones is these? Why y'all playing with Mickey Mouse? Who bones is these? What happened to 6 to 100 million black folk? What happened to them? Planned Parenthood was set forth by the federal government. That was Margaret Sanger. Press 1. Who are these people? This is Alois Hitler. This is Adolf Hitler daddy. Why he look like Theodore Roosevelt? Why all these people look alike, G? Why McKinley and Taft look the same, bro? Press 1. Why am I seeing this in my lifetime? I thought y'all was just America. I didn't know I would be finding out y'all was full of shit. Press 1. So I'm not here to play. Sorry for your luck. I'm here to prove, not play. Prove, not play. Press 1. I'm here to prove. And I ask niggas, y'all with me? Cool. You can be with Kev. But you're going to have to know, you got to fight the good fight. You can't run. When that pressure on, when Kev proved that the Nazis and the Red Cross is the same, press 1. When I proved that the French, the Nazis and the Red Cross is the same, don't you fucking run. When I say Marcus Garvey, helped the Nazis win and beat you down and rule over you like they did in Africa with King Leopold and them, press 1, don't you run. When I say the Nation of Islam is the communist fist of this communist democratic mindset, don't you run. God don't like when you coward. Yeah, I'm not scared of no man on this or risen Islam kiss my motherfucking ass. Press 1. He been watching this show for 2-3 years, scared to debate a real champion. I ain't no black man, and we not from the island, and we are from here. Reparations until we figure this out before y'all get our money. I don't want y'all to get. I don't want you black people who who fought for the redcoats. I don't want Native American, Asian, Pacific, communist, nothing to get nothing. I just want money for our people. That's it. I'm not with none of these groups. I'm not with nothing. The only thing I care about is reclassification, reparation, and a reset for these people. All you other folks are in collusion with destroying these people. Those are your Indians right there. Those are your Indians right there. Black folk put in trauma behind this shit. And if you don't want to help, that's fine. You don't got to. Kev will fight. I'll fight the good fight. But don't think I'm going to be over here laughing with you when you becoming more disruptive in my chat room. Don't be thinking Marley, what's his name? What's not Marlo? You ain't called this show in all this time, bro. Don't call my show, bro. Y'all playing. I'm over here solving. You talking about some shit and playing and he. Don't call my show no more. I'm over here on some real shit. From LA, bro. I'm not from nowhere else where you can he with this type of truth. I'm in the heart of grid program, nigga. Press 1. I'm trying to solve and see who is who. The greatest equations of all time. That's what I'm over here doing. So y'all playing. So go play. Go play in the background. Y'all continue on. I'm calling for good men who know how to speak. Okay? This is Bernard von Bülow, Prince of Bülow. Right? All these people look exactly the same. This nigga look like J.P. Moore. All these people look the same. But they all came over around the same time. And guess what? President after president, from Grover Cleveland, McKinley, Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, these guys right here are the ones who destroyed this whole nation and pretty much financed Wall Street on a deal. And what did they do? Oh, they didn't do nothing but finance the Nazi regime. Where's my book? See, I'm buying books while you playing in the chat room talking about Lake Lanier. Where my book at? Oh, I'll get it. But how the Nazis were financed by Wall Street. Well, Wall Street is the Lloyds of London. These are these people, the bankers of London. An operation over here. They gonna finance Adolf Hitler that sends these people to war again? After they lost everything? Why? Because there's law. They already passed law that's just mandatory, signed up, gotta go. So they just destroying you back and back to back to back to back. You can't even get ahead because they always at war. Ready to get you up out of here. And the only people who can hear you is you. You can't even expect nobody outside of us to understand your plight. That's the cold thing about it. I'm not even talking to them. I'm talking to you about how we perceive history. I'm not even talking to them. They can listen. But in real life, man, you get to a point where, bro, this fight becomes personal. This knowledge becomes real fucking personal. You know, no other nation of people have been done this way in America, bro. And then being told by other nations, then you don't know who to vote for. You don't know nothing. Candace Owens chick. Press one, these other folks, these Jewish, these folks is all fighting each other. Go fight over there. America should not be spending no money on no Israel, nothing. Israel don't even deserve no money from our beneficial package, nigga. Israel don't deserve nothing. They don't deserve to bank over here. They don't deserve what Israel done, what the Jews done to Afro-Americans over here, with this whole propaganda and playing this victimized position, has really taken every one of our rights away. And that's the danger of foreigners impeding their beliefs on our sovereignty. When you have your own Holocaust, you have a whole Holocaust a Jewish person won't even bring up because it overshadows every Holocaust, everybody's Holocaust on earth. What they did to you, they had to lie. Let me tell you how great the lie was. They had to lie and say you came from Africa. That's how dangerous the truth is. Oh, what happened? How we get here? Oh, y'all came from Africa. We fucked y'all up and brought y'all here, but now we sorry. They'd rather tell you that than tell you your whole heritage was wiped out, bombed, communities wiped out. We went to war with y'all, smashed y'all to the dirt, made y'all nothing and eating on y'all land. They'd rather say that. They don't want to say that. Excuse me. They don't want to say that. We hanged y'all. We did this one and that one. Press one. It's time. It's okay to speak. But if you just are afraid to speak because you ain't been studying, that's on you. That's not my fault. That's not Kevin's fault. Kevin loves everybody, but don't waste my time. That's what you ain't gonna do. You ain't gonna waste my time. I'm gonna win. Press one. I'm exposing black Nazis, the French who helped these people, the concentration camps. Press one. The Krivenkrieg. Press one. We breaking down grids, ARC entertainers. That's American Red Cross. We breaking this down. Candace Owens didn't even know her husband was Lloyd's of London, did that, no shit like that. She just found out. Now she blackity black. Press one. I fucked her whole life up. Now she blackity black. Press one. Now her ass is blackity black. Press one. I said she blackity black. You know, she woke up black, nigga. Care by I affect this world. That's right. Press one. You know why? Because they turned King George into Mickey Mouse. That's why. That's why. That's why they turned this brother in his kingdom and they gave it to a fucking cartoon character who y'all all support. Press one. Hell on earth right here. That's why. So I'm here for King George. That's what I'm here for. George Washington, George Gillespie, King George, all the that's what Kevin is. Press one. I expose the past in never before context seen on earth. Press one. Ain't get nobody denied. That's the cold thing about it. They're gonna say Kev is egotistical. I don't give a damn what you call me. Anytime you find the United States presidents as Catholic Nazis, you need to be a little arrogant. Maybe that's what this world needs. Ego? You ain't seen ego yet. Press one. You ain't seen my ego. I'm a Leo. Press one. August 12. I will give you Leo 365 days a year, but you will say I'm in my bag. Press one. You will say, I'm in my bag. Now, let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all all the black massacres that we going through while y'all talking silly stuff. While you're talking silly stuff. Okay? I'm on my Denzel right now. Look at all the black massacres all over America that you think is just civil little disputes in the world. Nah. These is black massacres all over the place. That whole time. Press 1. The whole time. Wars on top of war. And you wondering why I'm sitting up here saying it's a Holocaust. Because they was doing black massacres and put you on trains. And that's where you ended up. In my opinion, this is my best guess. My best guess. After going to war with you in these little civil wars, they brought you here. They put you in little internment camps, called it slavery for a minute. Because you were a POW. Japanese had them. The whole Communist Manifesto, all the little Nazis had them. Press 1, all of them. And brought you here. And put you right here. And your soldiers, they thought they was going to the Spanish War. No, they was going right here to the incinerator. No, I don't believe they went to no Spanish War in 1898. I don't even believe it was Spanish War, how fast they lost and got their ass whooped by America. Press 1, I think our boys was being led to military installment camps that was made to look like they was taking their clothes off and they was gassed and burnt the fuck up probably. Who knows? Look, somebody said all royal colonies. That may be true. But this looked just like a damn concentration camp. And this is Carnegie steel with the furnace. Okay? So you can't deny, but you can't deny J.P. Morgan and these boys got the umph to pull that off. To get your gold, to get your trust, to bust your trust open. To set these, and to make you what? Dead in law. Why? Because your firstborns was off to war. Sacrifice. Duty of service. Straight to the Pope, the Holy See. Press 1, straight to France. Did World War I, did your American fighters, so-called, did your sons and daughters fight for this company? No, they did not. They fought for the Nazis. They fought for Italy. They fought for Rome. Remember, they fought for Rome, the Pope. Your boys were never supposed to denounce their duty and go fight for no other nation ever. Lord have mercy. But they could have been pulling off a whole Holocaust right here. And I believe in my soul that's what they was doing. I believe that they was dropping this stuff off. This looked just like the Diary of Anne Frank. Disguised as a goddamn steel company. I bet you that's all that was going on back then. That's how you get rid of 12 goddamn million damn black folk. Ain't no black folk at the world fairs. All these international black folk is here. A whole war going on around the world. They having fairs in America? Nah, I'm not buying that shit. Just like I'm not buying the theater of war. Y'all all at war with each other, but over here y'all having a blast and picnic. And the only people missing from this whole equation out of all y'all stories is Negroes. And the only thing y'all got to say is, oh, they just people of slaves, I guess. I mean, how did people get up under the water? Oh, those are the graves of the slaves. Who invented this? Oh, those children of slaves. Yeah, after the slavery, after we stood people upright, they began working on things. But wait a minute. It's just, the Negro is just the creator of everything, yet he's the son of a fucking slave? It's just not making any more fucking sense to me. What makes sense to me is the overthrow of what you call Black America. And what I call the Black Holocaust, the total annihilation and the confiscation via coup d'etat of all their belongings, their gold, and all of their land is scooped up in some federal, and all of a sudden y'all become the richest federal government on earth with bank accounts and bonds in Switzerland with our names on them. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck. How did y'all get the names? Oh, Dawes and military enlistment. Jesus, all they have to do is die at sea, like the Navy say. Press 1. All of our boys from World War I and the Spanish War, they all died at sea. Press 1. Yeah, they was in the Navy. Press 1, they all died in the water, which would have been died in one of these concentration camps to me. in my opinion. Because ain't no way all of them die at sea. All of them get the same letter sent to their house. Oh, how are you? I found out a lot watching these little shows. You know, I'm watching Man in the High Castle. Do you know they had all the women typing up false letters as if the soldiers were writing home, but it was a bunch of women writing letters to these people's families? And you know, to make it, to know the depth of what this is, what I'm insinuating here, to really put into debt what I'm trying, and with your small deaf ears, what I'm really, with your sensitive ears, right? I'm trying to tell you, do you know what it takes for people to write letters and send them letters home? Oh, I'm off in Berlin, some goddamn where. Press one, oh, this one, oh, that one. Meanwhile, it's a whole Nazi women movement, feminist movement here to destroy you. The whole movement. Press one. Well, we're going to be talking about the Black Holocaust next. Let me give a shout out to those who contribute to this program and this truth moving forward. Sign up to the U, Cavro University, patreon.com/Cavro University. Support the real. Don't support the phony. Press one, support the real. Niggas don't want to get to the truth. The truth is right here, and the truth will set you free. Facts. Niggas are scared to death. That's why they don't like to talk. They really scared of something that ain't even got nothing to do with them. Shout out to Miss Yvette for dedication to truth and God. Great show. Shout out to you, Miss Yvette. Shout out to you, Queen. Angelita Moore. Shout out to you for the Redeemer. Shout out to you, me, Kevin Gillespie. That would take a raising of the dead. That means a resurrection of the dead. The valley of the dead bones. That's what that would mean, Mrs. Redeemer. That would mean John 16 is correct. Angelita Moore, contribute to this program. Shout out to you. Gary Lambert, shout out to you for being blocked in the chat. For Simon Says bought the gun. For Simon Says bought the gun. Big Roller, shout out to you. Don't worry, I'm doing some unblocking today, y'all. James Colden, shout out to you. Jason Harris, Taj, Bishmallah, Holloway, CC, shout out to you. Amanda, Stephen Watson, shout out to you. And Brenda, shout out to you. Another beautiful day in paradise. The Black Holocaust. The Black Holocaust. Who is this? Let me make sure I get all this in. A lot of y'all be contributing on my way out. TC, what's up? And I'm going to open up the phone lines. If you want to get in a call, talk about the Black Holocaust, what I'm insinuating here, hit the like button. 424-209-9506. It's area code 424-209-9506. Shit. Looks like they got your gold, your land, your house, and it looked like J.P. Morgan and his financial friends, Lloyds of London of insurance. Look, if they can put insurance bonds on all of you, all they got to do is kill you and turn the bonds in. Press one. If Lloyds of London got insurance on black people too, whole little black people, oh yeah, you don't think they do? You don't think the Lloyds of London have insurance on each and every one of you individuals? Why do you think the country is raised and kept? Well, they keep cycling your name through from the firstborn who was put through the furnace. Press one. They keep the names in rotation from the firstborns, and they keep the land of the firstborns because the firstborns you will never find. You'll never find them. The names are used here. You just use the name. I'll keep them alive and keep them immortal. Keep flooding immigration. Keep the names rolling, and we'll be a forever banking cartel, forever and ever, ruling over God's men. Press one. While God's men don't even know law. Only thing they know is metaphysical law. They just know how to argue with each other about if they're Judah or Israel or this one and that one. They don't even know what's going on. They don't know who's doing what. It's time to get back into what's real. God wants you to know about law for real and put aside milk and Gerber peaches, peach cobbler from the Gerber. Johnson & Johnson Company. Press 1. Get off of the apple. The apple. Stop eating all the apple sauce out the. Eating all the baby applesauce, bruh. Press 1. Come get some of this meat. That's what it's for. Use your brain. Learn how to use your brain. That's what's important. This look exactly like a damn Holocaust. Okay? Let me make that a Holocaust. J.P. Morgan owns this. Okay? Owns the railway. Okay? Got the guns. Got the connections with the federal government, and he knows how to make another 60 million real fast off the backs of a nigga. Put Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
What's up, Kev? I just wanted to say this. When you saying J.P. Morgan and Hitler, guess when their birthdays are?
When?
In April. April 17th, April 20th.
No, they both got the same birthday?
They don't have the same birthday. They're just 3 days apart.
Oh, yeah.
So they could be, well, not on the same year, but the same. They could be some made up stuff. They just got them 3 days apart for their birthdays.
Incredible. Thank you for the call. Anything else?
That's it.
My man. Thank you, champ. My man. We need to start looking at these people. You know, if I can point out Pope Pius, press 1, as Woodrow Wilson, y'all gotta understand. If we been duped this way, huh? You can't deny these two here. There's no way you can deny these two here. This is a go. Now, what happened to the black people who was put here? Huh? They was murdered by these people. They was put in those, what they say, made it look like the ships. Huh? The ships from Africa? No, that's ships to the furnace. You see? These bodies are stacked up ready to be going in the furnace and burn up. You see? And make stones and bones, skulls and bones. See, that's the secret society that did this to you. You see? Skulls and bones. Them. That's who they work for. Skulls and bones. Press 1. See, I'm for George Washington. I'm for God. Press 1. I'm for Christ. Press 1. They for skulls and bones. The big secret is they performed the Holocaust on you. Press 1. That's the trick. That's the secret. That's the secret. That's fucked up. That's the secret. The big shh is that you barbecue. Press 1. That's the big secret, is that you barbecue, son. Picnic. Press 1. So when y'all around here, you know, doing what y'all do, hold up. Just know you was put in the furnace. The trick is, okay, how did you end up in Rome by the people here? How did you end up? Press 1. This is the Catholic Church here. This I didn't make this up. This is real. I didn't make this up. Okay? The Catholic Church is behind the changing of the identities by way of the Red Cross. They're all complicit in your downfall. You weren't shipped on Africa, on no boats from Africa. No, you were put in the furnace. That's why Tariq Nasheed and them can't speak on this. You see? You see the difference? You see? I'm not saying I'm foundationing Black America so I can get a check. No. What I'm saying is much deeper. I'm charging the American government. Press 1. Where's the mic? There it is. I'm charging the government. Press 1. With genocide. Press 1. That's different. Genocide and eugenics. Press 1. You go to take that up to the Supreme Court. They are guilty of genocide and eugenics against the American black man and woman and children. They are guilty by far. How far are they guilty? Well, that's determined on how deep is your love for your people in the truth. When it'll hurt, they come out and say, black folks will put it in the damn Holocaust. What you waiting for Boosie and them to tell you? Those are train yards in front of that place. Okay? This shit ain't hard to see. You can see it. You can see that smoke coming out the top. You know damn well that's real. Coffee and Kush TV. I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all later. Hopefully tomorrow morning. But you know me, I like to get a day's rest in. But today we've been online for 4 hours and 22 minutes. I hope y'all learned something. We'll be back with more truths of the alternate universe. Coffee and Kush TV, Cairo University. And as always, family. Oh, wait a minute. Am I done? I didn't want to be done, but shit. If I gotta be, I didn't want to be done. I still had about 30 minutes in me. Shout out to Brittany. Shout out to you for calling into the show and keeping the information rolling. Let me see the
call from
Cairo University on the air. What up?
Hey, what's up, Kev? It's Pittman.
What up, Pittman?
Just to go, just another, you know how the Negro is the organic citizen of the land, right?
Yeah.
So one thing I noticed was when Miss Washington called with the Lucy Furnace, it's in Pittsburgh, but it was established in 1871, and that 1871 was that Organic Act when Congress signed us over to the Catholic Church.
What?
That's like the Jubilees, the start of the Jubilees. But even it ties with like the trust, because even Standard Oil with Rockefeller, they got established in like 1870, 1871, right after the Civil War. And that's based in Cleveland. So you got Cleveland, and you got Pittsburgh is right there. And then how J.P. Morgan was in Lake Geneva, which is like, I'm pretty sure right off of Chicago. And that's like right along that little railway, that little roadway with Cleveland.
So when they were saying Geneva, that's all here.
Yeah. So, but all these companies or these trusts happen right after that Organic Act, you know?
Wow.
And just, yeah, it was 1870 Standard Oil, and then the roadways or the railroads tied in with like Carnegie, Rockefeller had the oil for like the trains and all that, but then Vanderbilt had a tie with the railroad. And you know, Vanderbilt University is right there in Tennessee, right there with George Gillespie and Fort Knox and all that. You know, it's just seeing how all these, you know, all this tied in. In 1871 is when the United States Corporation was able to charter Red Cross, you know, the U.S. Mint, whatever. That's part of the corporation. Whenever you see like U.S. Post Office, U.S. Mint, that's all corporation. And then I was seeing how the one caller had the Coinage Act of 1792. It was also a Coinage Act of I just had it. Hold on. Of 18. Let me see. I just had it. Hold on. Let me put this. I just had it. Hold on. Just one moment. The thing messed up. Coinage Act 1873. So all this ties in right when that Organic Act kicked off. You know, and it's just funny how.
And what is an organic? What is the Organic Act? What is that?
That's the when like that official U.S. corporation actually started.
Oh,
you know.
When the corporation became alive.
Yeah,
and you're absolutely right.
Yeah, but
District of Columbia became.
Yeah, that's what we're in right now. You know what I'm saying? That's what was bankrupt with Joe Biden and all that. You know what I'm saying? It's the Organic Act, but how you always say the Holocaust is burning of organic tissue. It's funny how they named it Organic Act, you know? And they basically took the organic people, which is the Negroes, and gave it to the Catholic Church, you know? with the orphan train.
That's right. As a what? Sacrifice, bro.
Yeah.
That's
and like the orphan train, that's a foundling tactic, which is under the Catholic Church.
That's right.
You know, the
and so they went under the power under the Catholic Church. Catholic Church in turn sends a bunch of orphans over here with names. That's weird.
Yeah, but as soon as that, it's funny how like Rockefeller, the company started in 1870, and the Lucy Furnace 1871, and that deal, and those are like the main families that got hold of the certain trusts of the railroads, you know what I'm saying, the oil, whatever. And that's the start of all the trust busting, you know, in the late 1800s into the early 1900s, you know. And you can just see the timeline, you know, how you explain. I'm just piecing it up like, okay, this happened or whatever. So they had to infiltrate all the aspects, you know, like in the Wilmington, they had to, you know, get a hold of the newspapers and get the propaganda, you know, and infiltrate this section, you know, this where government here, newspaper here. It's just a little slow infiltration, you know. Then you got Ellis Island City coming in. Yeah. And these world fairs is going in late 18, early 1900s. And those is like I would say, like semesters going to school, you know, for the immigrants. Yeah. To get the story down, you know. They had big screens and they're all watching it. Yeah. And they're sitting there for like 3 months. It was like they was at
like a university
for 3 years. Yeah. Indoctrination, you know. If you gonna come here, where you get this story
you gotta know this history that you gonna pass down. You gotta know this shit like a program. Cowboys, Indians, nigga, black slave, you here, Pilgrims, Columbus, nigga, all you gotta know this.
Exactly. You know, and I forget who was it, Umar that you showed just the other video that he was trying to talk about reparations and
that was Tyreek.
Which one was that? Yeah, Tyreek. I mean, and just to hear that and to hear him go from Civil War 1860, and then just jump to 1960s and don't even include none of this press, but that shit pisses me off. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's.
It's like you playing me for a fool. Like you sitting up here playing me for a fool. Like you just lying to us, bro. You just lying to us, bro. Yes, it's true.
You know, and just to hear like in the JP how like all the gold panic, the panic of 1907, JP Morgan was a part of.
So he's a part of every panic. He's a part of. He's the Titanic sunk. Who was on the Titanic? That was that important. Who was knocked off at who the fuck is Jack?
All the trust holders.
Yeah, all the trust holders. All the businessmen.
All the nobles.
He said. They said he took them out there, and he wouldn't bring them back until he had centralized power. Who's to say he brought them back? Who's to say they even came back? Yeah. Nobody even said they came back.
They probably didn't have no water, food on there.
They probably went out there in a German U-boat, sunk the Titanic with the delegates and the black folks on there who was of royalty, the monarchs. They pulled the coup through J.P. Morgan, and then they go off to exodus the American blacks.
You know, and it's funny how the panic, all this panic, economic panic, the panic's going on, but he got the answer. You know what I'm saying? And the only way I'll come in and help is if you give me this power. It's nothing like, it's the same thing going on now. You know,
but I'm saying,
it's a problem with the economic.
They're saying, go ahead. I can do it, but I need this type of power. They make it seem like the presidents are like, oh no, at first, but then, you know, we got to do this but it just lets me know. The thing is, where did all this money go and what did it fund? It all went to the right. The rise of Adolf Hitler and white supremacy after the overthrow of all of this?
All of that. The funding of
communism,
$10,000. The military, propaganda,
London, the crowning of a queen. All this took place after they knocked you off and got you out of position. Everything. That's when the whole European factions came together. Even the Romanovs are kings. You got Russian kings. Like, well, we were kings this way. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You know, the savagery of it. But we get to it.
You know. But I just wanted to throw that in there. Like I noticed a lot of these the companies of the big families that so-called are the trust holders of the certain industries, they all happen to form their companies 1870, 1871, you know, and it's right after the Organic Act, you know, and then going back to that little California, the 150 years, that ties in right back to that 1871.
What you talking about? You know? Oh, with the people getting that property.
Yeah.
Is that what you talking about?
You know, and no, not that one. It was a while ago. You had that article about Californians about 150 years of the brutality of the government. It was a long article. Yeah, but that ties into all the Jubilee years, 150. Every Jubilee is 50 years, and it ties all back to that.
The banks don't want to give the land and the interest back to the original landowners. That's why they're making it seem like they're needed. Oh, Kanye, we're not going to do this. Oh, well, it's inflation. Oh, why don't y'all take y'all ass home and stop manipulating the market, Lloyds of London, with stupid metals and things of this nature? This is what I'm saying. It's from media to the bankers to the politicians. Everything. At these levels. They're all at the federal level. They're all just hungry for power over and keeping us down mentally. That's all of these people from the federal department.
It is.
It's sad, man.
It is, you know.
But it's good to recognize.
Now they're getting on the little. Now they're talking about Kanye and the Jewish hate and all that, but they the false Jews. You know what I'm saying? There's all this propaganda.
None of that matters. False Jews doesn't even matter. None of that matters. Whether you Jew or Gentile, none of that matters. Those are just propaganda tactics. I don't worry about who's a Jew. It's Jews right now that kill. It's black Jews that kill black Jews. It's black people that kill. God tells us not to worry about our genealogies. When the spirit of truth, it's all about truth and honesty now. Doesn't matter if you're a black Jew. Doesn't matter. What that mean too? You've been living a holy life, or you just centralizing your life around rules? What that mean? You're a black Jew. What? You get special treatment from God when you are when you're an outlaw. You're out of bounds.
Nope. Especially you keep calling yourself black, you know, whatever, not even knowing the real language of English, you know, that's big, man. Man, it's just big, you know. But just to hear all these public figures trying to talk about our history, but then don't even bring up Wilmington. And
that's y'all though. That's Kanye and Candace. That's them.
Yeah.
That's all. They don't know nothing about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, because they not on my level. You see, I'm at a different level, and it's not physical. I was given this knowledge from him personally. He gave it to me. This ain't no TV. This ain't no, I found it and I can tap into tomorrow. No, he gave me this to show the world.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You know? And I see that, you know, and I appreciate you, man. That's why I always give you your roses. I
appreciate you, sir.
Your brand, you know, whatever. And I'm out here in Sacramento, and I'm one of the ones out here, you know, whatever, pushing it too, you know. So I just appreciate you, man. You know, but that was it. You know, I just wanted to get that info and just know, man, that that we got your back. You know, I got your back.
I got y'all back.
So, yes, sir.
I've been having y'all. I've been having y'all back since I entered this whole space. I got your back. That's the thing. I'm trying to get your back, but the people keep running because they're afraid of the truth. But the truth is the only thing that'll set them free. You feel me? So it don't matter who it hurt, no matter how big they is. I got y'all back and God got mine. You feel me? So it don't matter. Shout out to you, sir. King. Thank you.
All right, King.
My man. Truth don't care about feelings or nothing. Having my back, that's too much of a burden. You be stressed the fuck out having my back. Take it easy. You press 1. I got your back. That's why I'm coming with that knowledge like that, because I got you. I got you. Even though people play on my phone all day, even though, you know, I gotta do the mission, because that's the mission, is to break down this history. God put people in my way that's gonna just set it off. You feel me? So some people think like you can go to church and be a whole public theater spectacle and make up all type of little sound good fantasies, but this the ugly truth. I'm just making it look. This the ugly truth. Who talks about a black Holocaust? The people on the trains from Wilmington. They talk about Wilmington. We talk about where they took those people. They shoved them off in them lakes and swamps and alligator bait and all this. All these little personal jokes the world got for us. And then the Jewish-controlled media, the Russian Jewish-controlled, the Orthodox Jew, press 1 Zionist media, you got to be specific. Press 1 Kanye taught me, you got to be specific. You got to be real specific. These Orthodox Russian mob Ukrainian style propagandists, press 1, who don't know nothing about American freedom and what our forefathers died and fought for, even the firstborns that were sacrificed, wouldn't make me be, they wouldn't allow me to be quiet. They wouldn't want me to be quiet. Keep speaking. Keep talking. More words. Just point. If it's a Holocaust they put us in, that's what they did to us. I don't want to look at media hype and go, not media hype the channel, shout out to them, but I'm saying I don't want to look at entertainment hype of shit that don't matter when this is interesting over here. They put us in a Holocaust. Could this be explained why we don't have a history, a past, how Wilmington was bombed and how all these little things? Yeah, bro. Yeah, God wouldn't lead me. I didn't find this because I'm watching other people's YouTube pages. God put this in my heart a long time ago, long before I got on the internet. Press 1. I'm running them streets of Los Angeles. I don't have an advertising deal. I'm not trying to sell nothing to the Lloyds of London. I'm trying to expose them in front of Candace Owens and let Candace see their heart. She don't marry into a family full of people who stole our heritage, who stole her Caribbean heritage. Press 1. When she look at her husband, she got to see a Rothschild. Press 1. She got to see one of them ones. Press 1. She had a child with a person and who bloodline raped and pillaged. And but like he said, she had no idea what she was doing. Press 1. She had no idea what she was getting herself involved in. Now she confused. She don't know if she black, white, if she still want to have a drink. You want to have a drink? You want to have a drink? She don't know nothing. She was fucked up. That's what I do. That's what the truth does. It set it straight. Now she discombobulated. Kanye West apologized to the Jews. Good job. Press 1. Good job. Now what Candace gonna do? Because she was out here defending it. Now he said he did something wrong. I'm fucked up right there. Press 1 now. Where's Candace? Where's Candace? Press 1. He's sorry, Candace. No, what do you say, Candace? What do you say? Lord have mercy. Candace, it seemed like once we got on Candace Owens, everybody started looking at Candace like, something ain't right with this chick, Jay. Something's just not right. You know? But I enjoy y'all. God bless y'all. Shout out to the people. I'm finna hop on Uber, try to give me something to eat or a sandwich or something, rest my mind, and get back to the studies. Get back to the studies. When you look at history and look at these old propaganda films, just look at it from a different perspective, not like your granddad and them. Just look at it. Go back and listen to the Diary of Anne Frank. Was we put inside the damn Holocaust? Is this what makes us the true Jews of the Bible? Press 1. Because, oh yeah, let me tell y'all something else. See, Kanye, look, hey, look, bro. Look, this is how you do this shit. Press 1. They didn't even become a state, Kanye, until 1948. Kanye, they're a whole corporate entity. Press 1. See, you got to tell the truth, Kanye. That way you ain't got to apologize. Press 1. That's not even a real corporate state. Press 1. That's not real. No, sir. That's a corporate state. They don't want to be part of that Israel. They want to live here in America. They don't want to live in Israel. They were just playing because Israel goes down with the corporate. They running out of time. Press 1. So they don't just want, they want dual citizenship. They want to live in both places. My Jewish friend. You want both. So you can change your name from Hamak to Wilson anytime you want to. Press 1. Anytime you get in any trouble, you just take a trip under a different passport. Just get up out. That's why I'm so glad Donald Trump said no more. Press 1. Why Israel? I thought Israel was a place that all Jewish people wanted to go. Why y'all here? This is what I'm saying. Why y'all didn't go to Israel? Press 1. You know why? You know why they don't want to go to Israel? Because the Israel that's in the Word of God is not a landmass. Press 1. Oh yeah, the Israel that's in the Bible, that's not a landmass. You can't go to the state of Israel. You can't go to the landmass of Israel. Israel is a specific people. Press 1. Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air? What up?
Prophet Kev, can I please read a scripture before you leave?
Oh, my good buddy. My favorite African-American TK. What's up, brother?
It's all good, Prophet Kev. How you doing?
I'm blessed, man. I'm glad to hear you.
Yes, sir. It's on Ezekiel. Since you're talking about, it is, okay. It's on Ezekiel 37 from verse 1 to 14. The valley of dry bones. So it starts by saying, the hand of the Lord was on me, and he brought me out by the Spirit of the Lord and set me in the middle of a valley. It was full of bones. He led me back and forth among them, and I saw a great many of bones on the floor of the valley, bones that were very dry. He asked me, Son of man, can these bones live? I said, Sovereign Lord, you alone know. Then he said to me, prophesy to these bones and say to them, dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. This is what the Sovereign Lord says to these bones. I will make breath enter you, and you will come to life. I will attach tendons to you and make flesh come upon you and cover you with skin. I will put breath in you, and you will come to life. Then you will know that I am the Lord. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I was prophesying, there was a noise, a rattling noise, sound, and the bones came together, bone to bone. I looked, and tendons and flesh appeared on them, and skin covered them, but there was no breath in them. Then he said to me, prophesy to the breath, prophesy, Son of Man, and say to it, this is what the Sovereign Lord say, come, breath, from the four winds, and breathe into these slain that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and breath entered them. They came to life and stood up on their feet, a vast army. Then he said to me, Son of man, these bones are the people of Israel. They say our bones are dried up and our hope is gone. We are cut off. Therefore,
now wait a minute. The bones are the children of Israel.
Yes. So the reason why, Professor Kev, the reason why the scripture is because it's the teaching that you're teaching the bones at the Vatican. those dry bones, and that's the vast army of Israel. Like, I'm thinking of all like your forefathers.
Could you finish reading? Could you finish reading, TK?
Yes.
Finish that up.
Yes.
Amen.
Yeah. Therefore prophesy and say to them, this is what the sovereign Lord says. My people, I am going to open your graves and bring you up from them. I will bring you back to the land of Israel. Then you, my people, will know that I am the Lord. When I open your graves and bring you up from them, I will put my spirit in you, and you will live, and I will settle you in your own land. Then you will know that I, the Lord, have spoken, and I have done it, declares the Lord. Yes, Prof. That's it, Prof.
So what do you take from that, sir?
These are your forefathers. These are your forefathers. These are the dry bones. These, like when you're talking about even the concentration camps, these are the bones. Because these are like the vast graves. Because it says it's a vast army. As you always say, these were the first bones. These were the army.
Yes, sir.
So that's what I'm learning from as you teaching Prophet.
Well, that's
Kevin,
why I say
I'm
the
reading the Word of
firstborns
God.
offered to service, but they were offered to service for God or Catholicism and Peter and the Catholic Beast Church.
In the
That's right.
So that's where they at.
And that's why
it's gonna come in time.
Go ahead. They got a what?
That's why it's gonna come in time. Somebody's gonna prophesy over them. They're gonna bring them to life.
Or those who are is it metaphorical for, like I said, Israel, dry bones? You're right. Now what's the flip side to that? Once these people realize that that's them, you see,
it's like they're gonna come to life.
That's right. But you know why? Because TK, they're dead. They've been dead since they died. They've been. You see.
So is it more like a generational curse that is passed on? So once they'll wake up, they'll come to life.
So we've been dead how long? We've been dead this whole time.
It's like a generational curse.
We've been dead the whole time.
All time.
We've been dead since they killed us. Since they killed us civilly, they killed us in law. They killed the firstborns who was there to protect them. And you're dead. You're black, right? We're black, right?
And we worship Peter.
That's right.
That's another, we worship
Say
Peter.
it again. We worship who?
We will worship Peter. The one who was upside down cross. Oh my God!
You see? So you in cryptocurrency, fiat. You in metaphysical, which is dead. You believe in dead religion. You believe in death. You believe in sin. Completely.
The whole propaganda is dead on itself. The whole timing is just dead. That's why it's like I'm so grateful because we're getting in time because the scriptures, like Professor, I don't know, in class we are getting in time now. We are connecting in time. Thanks to you, like we are connecting time. But yeah, we are dead in a way though. But we are waking up.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
But I'm talking about Israel. The American black is dead. The real Israel is dead in law. They are dead. You didn't know that, did you?
That's why the whole world is dead.
Well, no, they're legally dead. See, you don't understand, TK. They are dead in law. They cut off. Read it again. Did he not say cut off? Read it again. Read it. They cut off what?
They cut off law. I can go back.
Go back and read it and tell me what it say.
So I'm going to start from the beginning.
Go ahead.
The hand of the Lord was on me, and he brought me out by the Spirit of the Lord and set me in the middle of a valley. It was full of bones. He led me back and forth among them, and I saw a great many bones on the floor of the valley, bones that were very dry. He asked me, Son of man, can these bones live? So before I move on, Prophet Kevin, so are these bones people, pretty much, the children of Israel?
They're dead. He said, can these dead bones live? That's what he said. Can these dead bones live? They're dead. Go ahead.
I said, Sovereign Lord, you alone know. Then he said to me, prophesy to these bones and say to them, dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. This is what the Sovereign Lord says to these bones. I will make breath and enter you, and you will come to life. So wait, Professor Kevin, before I continue, so hear the word, that's the law pretty much.
He said he going to breathe air into you and bring you life. Give you life.
Man, we dead.
You dead.
I will attach tendons to you and make flesh come upon you.
That's right.
And cover you with skin. I will put breath in you and you'll come to life. Then you will know that I am the Lord. So I prophesied as I was commanded. Hey, commanded. This is a command.
This is a legal command, sir. It's a legal command.
And as I was prophesying, there was a noise, a rattling sound. Sounds like a snake to me, by the way.
Sir.
Okay. And the bones and the bones came together, bone to bone. I looked, and tendons and flesh appeared on them, and skin covered them, but there was no breath in them. Then he said to me, prophesy to the breath. Prophesy, Son of Man, and say to it, this is what the Sovereign Lord says. Some breath from the four winds, and breathe into the slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and breath entered them. They came to life and stood up on their feet, a vast army. Then he said to me, Son of man, these bones are the people of Israel. Wow. They say our bones are dried up and our hope is gone. We are cut off.
Hopeless.
That's what
I live a thug life, losing my focus, baby. I'm troublesome. Go ahead, King.
Therefore prophesy and say to them, this is what the Sovereign Lord says. My people, I'm going to open your graves and bring you up from them. I will bring you back to the land of Israel. Then you, my people, will know that I am the Lord. When I open your graves and bring you up from them, I will put my spirit in you and will live, and I will settle you in your own land. Then you will know that I, the Lord, have spoken, and I have done it, declares the Lord. That's it. Oh, Prof.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm speechless, Prof. You're the Prof now. I gotta hear from the Prof. I'm sorry.
You read it. You read it. You express yourself.
We did.
And what?
We did.
So in law, and you're dead, what is that called? Do you know what that means?
So we have to come back to law. That's how we really gonna get in connection with God. To me, that's how I really see it.
So we're cut off from the law. Do you know what the legal term for you being dead in the law?
Wait, so you said it last yesterday. There was a class. They said it yesterday.
That's right.
Sorry, I forgot the term. Yes.
So knowing that, let's say you don't know the word yet. I'll get you the word. Don't worry about it.
What, is it matrix? Wait, it has to do with the matrix.
No. It deals with civilis mortis.
Okay,
civilis mortis. Okay, that's dead in the law. You have no standing in the law. You can't even stand upright. You can't even stand on your feet. you're dead in the law. So when you're
just like
it's civil law, you're dead. You're dead. DEAD, dead. You black, right?
Dead.
Black is dead in law. The legal term for that is what we were talking about.
It's just dead. It's voted color.
Yeah, but the term is civiliter mortis. That's what they in the chat room they wrote it. So people say black is dead in law, but the term, the legal the term for it is right there. It's a real term. You are dead in the law, and you have been dead since they pulled this heist.
Ever since.
Yeah, ever since. They've been dead there. You've been dead here ever since they pulled this off. The plan is to know that that's a high probability that that's our people under the Vatican.
Because who else will be dead, pretty much?
It just look like exiled individuals, people who are exiled.
Oh man, for not following the law.
For not following the law.
Following the law.
That's right.
Yeah, like
now
when you bring up the law, you know what it reminds me of too, Professor Kev, when you were talking about the gold. When God opened the Red Sea and the Israelites, Pharaoh was chasing, not the children, was chasing his gold, because that's the same gold that the children of Israel they used to create the statue of Baal.
Yeah,
the same gold.
So they was making a golden staff. A golden calf or something, right? Remember?
A golden calf.
Yeah.
Golden calf. So the gold has always been, but it's not being used. And can I ask another question, Professor Kev? Since it has to do with speaking gold, how come the gold is always 999.9? Do you think the penny has to do anything?
Well, that's what I was saying.
To make it 100%.
Well, of course, because somehow the gold is 999.9, but the penny is the equalizer to that is like what? So it has a lot to do with the gold and the settling of debt and what was taken and what was stolen, but that'll come in the near future. We'll be talking about it.
So now, Professor Kev, how do we get back to law? Through Christ? Because seemingly we don't love law. How do we go back into, I know it's through Christ, but this is a fight.
Yeah, you see what I'm doing? I'm striving to get back to common law, supreme law, I'm spiritual law. And I'm just yearning for him, and I think that's what we all have to do to get to that point. Is not no, but to trust him and to want to and to want to. You know what I'm saying? Because it disciplines the mind and the body and all that on another level. So to know. I think you got to begin to ask questions and speak and know.
Right.
I'm learning as I speak as well. A lot of times I be flowing, bro, and I'm like, whoa, that was deep. And I go back and listen to my shows like, who said stuff like that? So a lot of things I got to go back and listen to my own shows just to like damn, that's real.
You know what? It's wonderful for one of us who's been in class. We can literally see our growth in all of us. Even in you, our own professor, we see the growth in all of us. It's just amazing. It's amazing. There's a huge growth. There's a growth for real, and it's truthful. It's not like a joke. It's not a game. I don't know. It's not a game. It's real. It's real. There's a real growth. And it's very moral too, and it brings me.
I call it the spiritual self. That spirit God put on you that convicts. It wants to do right. and it condemns you. It condemns the body and mind when it's out of sync, but it also like appreciates the acceptance and the surrender of the body to the spirit. It appreciates that. You can feel that, like, damn, that's the growth moment. Like, oh, okay, that's pleasing to the spirit. So I think
I love it, man. I love it. I love it.
You got to submit to that. That's what's up.
Oh, Prof, man, I appreciate it so much, Professor. I might go, man, you're about to close the class too.
Yeah,
man.
but that's okay. Thank you for that, champion.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Prof.
TK always calling in with something. And like he said, we talking about the Valley of the Dry Bones. Well, yeah, that's pretty much you. You know, the millions and millions of people who rusty, ashy, you know, low in hope, low in faith, tore down, don't know what to believe, down on the ground like a serpent, just beat down. Facts. So that whole thing is about Son of Man performing certain things so Israel, the children of Israel who rusty, can begin to see the workings of God. That's why he said, then you gonna know. When I raise you up and I do this and I do that, you heard him, then you gonna know. And I raise you and put the spirit in you and then bring you to then you gonna know I am the Lord. So that's a whole process that you gotta be aware of. You wouldn't know if he didn't read that. You would think it's something, you know, scary for you to be coming into all of this knowledge. It's called revealing and revelations for a reason. It's for you to, it's just being revealed in a way. It's just like, damn, yo, false walls are like, damn, that wasn't real. I'm fucking up. Yeah. So the discipline is expeditiously fast. Press button, you gotta be, you know, because the spirit make you move fast. Bam, damn, that's what it is. Damn. That was a fuck up. That's what they was doing in the Mickey Mouse Club. Going through indoctrination. So me thinking about Britney Spears, they've been doing this shit since, oh shit. I actually started to hate Britney Spears, but I know she's a victim. Press 1. So shout out to the people for being in the chat room this whole time. Shout out to Sheva for dropping some videos in my messages that's just insane at the moment. Shout out to you. Shout out to Brittany. Shout out to Amanda, Forrest Glory, Rico, D-Jack for coming to class. Shout out to all y'all. SBD Radio, shout out to you. I see you in the chat room. Always sunshine, I see you. The Journey of Sins, I see you. Yeah, who else is out there? Taj, DNS, I see you chatting up in there. I didn't see what you was talking. The Man King says resurrection. That's exactly what that's describing. A resurrection. That's what the resurrection is. That's what the resurrection is. The raising of the Valley of the Dry Bones. That's why I be laughing when they say, not laughing, but they be like, oh, Jesus ascended and resurrected. No, that's not a resurrection. A resurrection goes like this. It says what a resurrection is. It talks about it. Coffee and Kush TV, Cairo University. You on the air? What up?
Hey, what's up? It's Kid, and I'm just calling because, so you know how as black people sometimes we hear like a certain word pronounced, but we don't catch the word. Like when you say Aaron's rod.
Yeah.
Like we can hear that as Aaron, like you doing a task. So I'm gonna read the definition of Aaron from the 1828 dictionary. Aaron, a verbal message or mandate or order, something to be told or done, a communication to be made to some person at a distance. The servant was sent on an errand. He told his errand, and he has done the errand. These are the most common models of using the word. This is an example, I guess. I have a secret errand to thee, O king, and then it says Judges 3. And then it says, for the second one, it says any special business to be transacted by a messenger. So that was the definition of the word errand. Like instead of Aaron, like the name
Aaron, you're talking ER, like an errand, like a run in an errand.
Yes.
So
yes, that's the one I'm talking about.
So in the scripture, Aaron is the brother of Moses that speaks for him, and we already related that to law and such. Now you're saying Aaron is what?
Yeah.
Law. Say it again.
Hold on, let me go back to it because I was going to Rod next. It's any special business to be transacted by messenger.
So it's commercial.
Yeah.
That's got it. Go
ahead. And let me do the definition of rod real fast.
Go ahead.
Because rod, the first definition, to shoot a long twig of any woody plant, a branch, or the stem of a shrub, as a rod of hazel, of birch, of oak, or hickory hence. The second one, remember, Moses carried a stick, right? So, an instrument of punishment or correction, chastisement. I will chastise. Okay, this is like an example. I would chasten him with the rod of man. Amen. That's 2 Samuel. Number 3, discipline.
Don't spare the rod, or don't hide the discipline. Don't spare discipline. And okay, go ahead. It's an instrument of discipline.
Yes. The third one is discipline, ecclesial censure. Number 4 is a king of scepter.
Wait a minute. Ecclesiastical. That's right. We're going back into the law. Go ahead. And the fourth one was what?
A king of scepter.
A king of scepter.
The rod and a bird of peace. A pole for angling something long and slender. An instrument for measuring, but more generally, a measure of length containing 5 yards or 16 feet and a half, a pole, a perch. In many parts of the United States, rod is universally used for pole or a perch. So technically, can the flag be part of a rod too?
A flag, a staff, a lot of things, yeah.
So they call it the flag staff and all that stuff?
Is that what they call it?
Okay.
Is that what they call it?
Like, some people call it a flag staff, yeah.
Yeah.
Like in the army and stuff, I believe.
Right. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, my girl getting all close to me.
No, that's dope, right? She trying to get you. It gets difficult. The more you get to the truth, it gets harder. And just, come on, babe, soft hands.
Yeah, he heard me up in there talking. She was like, let me see what he's doing.
Go ahead.
Okay, for number 7, it says in Scripture, a staff or wand, and that's staff. That's 1 Sam. And then 8 is support. And what they got under that is thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. And I guess that's Psalms 23, because it has like abbreviations for like the Bible passages that it's linked to. So for number 9, it has a shepherd's crook, and that's Levi 27. Or levy. For 10 is an instrument for thrashing. 11 though is power, and then it's not like a semicolon. I guess it's a semicolon, but it's power, and then a symbol, and then it's authority. And that's Psalms again 125 maybe.
So this is all still dealing in rod.
Yes, these are all rod definitions. Gotcha. And the last definition they have for it is a tribe or race, and that's Psalm 74. And it says, rod of iron, the mighty power of Christ. Revelations 19 and Psalms 2. Okay. And I have, so I was at work today, but as I was listening to the video, they brought up a name and they put the word syndicate behind it. So I was trying to figure out if it's a name, if the person's last name is syndicate, or if he was dealing with a syndicate.
It was dealing with a syndicate. The thing is to find out who's a part of the syndicate. And now we know JP Morgan, and it's a syndicate. But go ahead.
Okay, for syndicate, it has in countries on the European continent a council, a branch of government, and it says syndicate, and it says to judge or to censure. Okay, but like because that was a full word, I wanted to see if they had like a more root word for that, you know. So I just deleted a couple letters and I got syndic, like SYNDIC. It says an officer of government invested with different powers in different countries, a kind of magistrate entrusted with the affairs of a city or community. My bad. Says, guess what? It says, in Geneva, the syndicate is the chief magistrate.
There it is. And now,
almost all of the companies in Paris, the university, and it says N and then C. I don't know what that means. It says have their syndicates. It says the University of Cambridge has its syndicate.
It says here, a syndicate is a temporary alliance formed by professionals to handle a large transaction and that would be impossible to execute individually. By forming a syndicate, members can pool their resources together and share in both the risk and the potential for attractive returns. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I pretty much have, because when I hear the word syndicate, like thinking back to childhood, because you know I ain't do too much with like school and stuff. But every time I heard the word syndicate, it was always like the syndicate of evil or whatever. It was syndicate and bad people. That's why That's why I put in the chat crime syndicate. You know.
Yeah.
If they stole something, they committed a crime.
That's what it's looking like. It's looking like a crime syndicate put forth by yours truly, Roosevelt, J.P. Morgan, and who's together with them.
Yeah. But that's all I got today, Professor, because I'm like pretty much 30 minutes past my break already. So I got to go. I'll catch you tomorrow.
All right, bro. Tell her to leave you alone, champion. All right, bro.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, man, this type of information turns your women on. Coffee and Kush TV, Capital University. Thanks, y'all, for tuning in tonight. I'm finna grab me something to eat and get back to life. And as always, family, I'll holla.